Goes Harper, pitches up and away, thrown to second, a bullet, and out at second. Moreno guns down Bryce Harper this year.
Perfect. here. There it is. Perfect. I just had to unplug it and replug it in. Okay, anyways. What's going on, everybody? How are you going on this game? Because we have got a fun one ahead of us. Honestly. We've watched a lot of bad games. We've watched a lot of bad games on this channel. And this one, it's not going to be great, but we're going to have fun anyways, because I think that there's a ton of insight to talk about within this football game. So, look, it's not like this game is, I don't know, ostensibly fun to talk through, but to me, this matters. This matters. Like, as much as I don't know, MJ. It's rough. It's good to see everybody. Corey, excited to talk. It's exciting to see that you're going to the game. Is that what we said? Perfect. So here's the deal, right, everybody? We are looking okay. Look, I guess I should just start hot with it, huh? Chances are we're gonna go through Justin Fields. I don't know if it's gonna be literally his final game as a Chicago Bear, but it's probably the end of the era. I mean, even if, as people just keep joining in, even if you're one of the many people out there that's like, Justin Fields can be that dude, then he may be. I still think that if Justin goes somewhere else and they run a heavy running offense that lets him just throw down the field with impunity, that Justin Fields could become Tannehill-esque, especially as he continues to gain experience in the league. Think like Geno Smith, etc. But the moment that his thumb got dislocated, I mean, we're talking legitimate ligament damage at this point. And we're talking about a team in the Bears that did not immediately come out and say, wow, no, he's fine. And worse, the Bears then had a tryout for Ian Book, Trace McSorley, and a third quarterback whose name I don't remember. And they ended up signing McSorley to the practice squad. To me, this feels like a team from the big picture perspective that is beginning to prepare for life without Justin Fields, whether that's for the short term or the long term. And I'm with you. I'm totally with you that it says doubtful, though not IR, but this is the same team that listed Eddie Jackson as questionable in a game that he did not play. Because this team is obsessed with competitive advantage, and they're going to do anything they can to give the Raiders something else to prep for, regardless of what the rest of their actions say. It's a feeling. You're getting my opinion, right? But moreover, and I promise I'm not going to be the guy that just grinds his opinions into you and says you're not allowed to think anything else. But if you were wondering why against Denver and against Washington I continued to sound, unimpressed isn't the word, but that I would segment out the difference between what Justin Fields was doing well throwing the ball, what Justin Fields was doing well running the ball, and what Justin Fields was doing well as a quarterback, offensive operator, a processor, and all the other stuff within there. This game was kind of why. I mean, what broke my heart, just not only as a fan evaluator, but also as a football fan, was seeing Brian Flores present Justin Fields with all of the situations that we've had questions about how Justin Fields was going to handle them. I don't feel like Justin answered them super well. And that sucks, right? It's even worse that he got hurt. I mean, that's what nobody wants to happen. I didn't want it to happen. You didn't want it to happen. Nobody wanted it to happen. And because of that, it feels like now that we've got we've got 6 weeks, right? I'll use this black background to talk about this. So we got week 1, we've got week 2, we've got week 3, we've got week 4, we've got week 5, and now we have week 6 of Justin Fields' 2023 season. And I think we would all agree that Justin Fields gets an X for week 1. He might get 2 X's for about week 2. He's going to get, you know what? I could give him an X and a check because he did do his job well. The Bears did get shuttered, right? Then week 4, friggin' check mark. Week 5, we even won the game. I'm going to give him double check mark. And the only reason he's not getting 2 check marks in week 4 is because hard for me to watch a game where and this isn't me harping on it, it's more that if us Bears fans, were talking about a Packers quarterback in Jordan Love that threw for 4 touchdowns and then at the very end of the game fumbled to lose it, or fumbled to give the lead back and then threw a pick to end the game, we also probably would not have had kind things to say. So Justin nets 1 check. So instead of 2 checks and an X, if you'd like, in fact, I'll just do 2 checks and an X. So it's that much clearer. And then in week 6, he gets an X. This isn't a good season so far. If Justin Fields was going to take that year 3 leap, don't you think we would have seen it by now? Especially when weeks 1, week 2, and week 6 all share a similar defensive game plan. Not exactly the same, but a similar game plan. And I don't know. It gets tough. And Joe, I think you asked a perfect question. Does my opinion change if we're out of the Caleb Williams race? First of all, I don't know, because the Bears seem like they've got the 2 leading tickets in the Caleb Williams Drake May race. The good news is but the other piece of this, Joe, and what I'm about to say is about to be outstandingly harsh. Okay? So everybody just take a deep breath, because I'm going to cite a fact that I don't even totally agree with, but it is sort of the state of play here, that the Bears traded up for the 4th quarterback in the 2022 quarterback class. The Bears would likely settle, Joe, for what is described as a loaded quarterbacks classes, quarterback 3. I mean, I know that they're not much now because we haven't gotten to April when everybody freaks out about different draft prospects, but I can nearly guarantee you that same toolsy what-if quarterback is going to be J.J. McCarthy. It's going to be Quinn Ewers. It's going to be maybe Shadir Sanders if he declares. Michael Penix is slinging the pill. And I'm not saying that those guys are definitely better than Fields. I'm purely saying, Joe, that if the Bears head coach, if the Bears weren't competitive for Caleb Williams, let's say that, let me answer your question, Joe, with a realistic scenario, but it's also not Bears winning for number 1 and 2. Let's pretend Carolina was good, right? And let's pretend that they closed out Denver, right? So the Bears are not running well for Caleb Williams at this exact moment. And somebody like me is sitting here saying, well, if they lose every one of their games and blank, blank, blank happens, then maybe, but it's not looking great right now, right? At that point, we would still be looking at organizational turnover. We'd still be looking at a new head coach coming in and probably wanting to go get his own guy. And that would probably still be relatively positive, right? And maybe not amazing. I mean, I'm not about to pretend that it would be near as exciting as what the Bears might have on the table. I don't know if I would sound as upbeat as I do at this moment, but forgive me, I'm still sick, which sucks. It would still probably happen within that context, just because the real issue here isn't about Fields. Do we all see this? This may be the biggest hot take, and this may be the clippable moment. If only I had a social media editor, right? But this isn't about Fields. The big problem at play here is that Fields stopped having to prove himself and started having to prove he should survive a 3rd head coach, which just gets unrealistic when you don't look like a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And what we're going to go through on offense, oh my gosh, it is not all Justin Fields. It's just not. Justin Fields is involved in the offense's problems, and it's not at all Justin Fields. You're gonna see bad snaps. You're gonna see really weird offensive line calls, and we're going to go through all of it in detail. I'm really excited to share with you. We're going to see the Bears pivot away from a run game that was working for no discernible reason. We're going to see a quarterback not throw the ball to a couple open receivers. We're going to see a lot of not very good. We're going to see wide receivers that don't move quickly enough to their spot. We're going to see route concepts that feel like they're diametrically opposed to beating the blitz at times. You're going to hear me ask a lot of questions that I don't have answers to because I'm not in the coaching room. But all the same, you're going to see that, especially that, honestly, the whole offensive game, was ugly stuff. It was ugly stuff. Bagent's oh my gosh, Bagent's like fumble comes on the worst offensive line rep of the season. And here's the deal, okay? Everything that I was right about to Muffrig and Mike, here's something really important. I was going to finish the defensive tape because I don't have near as much time as I used to. So Case, we're going to be live watching a decent chunk of the defensive tape, which breaks my heart to, trust me. But instead, I spent 20 minutes arguing with people on Twitter about Tyson Bagent because here's the deal. One side that hates him because he isn't Justin Fields, right? And then we have one side that because he's not Justin Fields and because he throws the ball quickly, they have assumed that not only is he Brock Purdy, but he might be Tom Brady and that he is in the running to be a franchise guy. We got to slow our roll. Tyson Bagent made a lot of mistakes. And he showed that he's a rookie UDFA. He's fun. The ball comes out on time. There are pieces to his game that show that he might actually be a very viable Cooper Rush style backup, but a backup is probably his ceiling. Hey, I'm willing to be wrong, but what I'll show you tonight is going to remind you of those nights that we were watching Brock Purdy last year. And I don't mean that in a positive way because this team doesn't have Christian McCaffrey to check down to. Remember when we talked about, anyways, we'll get there when we get there. But it's more to say I don't have much influence and I don't pretend that I do, but I will I hope that I can be a voice that promotes being reasonable about what Bagent is as we go through this, because the moment that exactly what I'm saying, John, exactly cheer for Tyson Bagent to be a really good UDFA, or a really good backup quarterback. A really good backup quarterback can come in, spot start for you a couple times a year and win you games. Just take a look at Cooper Rush getting Dallas's season right back on track. Was it last year when Dak went down? Akusa, you say that, but my thought is that if a new quarterback or if a new coach comes in, they may actually be perfectly fine with Tyson Bagent. Being a huge it may, the word maybe is going to carry a lot of weight here, but if Tyson Bagent ends this is a league that really values quarterback play. And so if Tyson Bagent, who's on a cheap UDFA contract for the next 3 years, looks very acceptable, why wouldn't you keep him? Basically, what's the harm in keeping him? But we'll see. Let's see what there's something to that. I tend to agree that honestly, Drex. So here's the other problem, right? As much as I would, Matthew, that's a starter. Be careful. Case Keenum was a low end starter. But so anyways, I'm purely saying that's high praise. The big problem that we've got with JF1, let's talk about it, right? Let me show it. Instead, we might as well just dive into the tape, right? And again, forgive me coughing in a sickly fashion. I wish I could tell you guys that I got less sick over time, but nothing was good to me. But so anyways, we start with a play that you've probably seen broken down a couple times. Also, I did not get the chance because I'm too poor to watch JT O'Sullivan's breakdown, but I won't be surprised if we agree and disagree. Purely because I love JT. I think he's awesome. JT, especially over the last couple weeks, has really defended Justin Fields because I think he can feel that there's a lot of people on the internet coming for him. But I trust you guys to be cool about what we are and aren't talking about. So know that I trust you as we go through all this tape, right? So first things first. Bears they have called a quick blitz beater because the Vikings are showing them a cover zero look. Look, I could show you the whole play design, but I'm going to keep things simple so that you only have so much that you have to track because Justin Fields' eyes are to this side of the play. And what matters that you know is that the pre-snap look, if you've seen it before, is called cover zero. Cover zero, right? So that means that there's zero safeties in the back end. That's all it is. Football's not as complicated as we think it is sometimes, right? And so the main thing to notice is that with the Bears in empty protection, right? So that means 3 receivers, 2 receivers. Obviously, you got 1 quarterback. It means that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offensive linemen. Let's count the defensive linemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 defensive linemen, right? And that means if the Vikings bring everybody, you are, I can say a lot of words. So you're out of luck. You have to play fast because one of them is going to come awfully quick, right? And so Fields has to know this. He has to know that he has to know where his protection is. And he has to, first of all, because it looks like the Bears call a slide to the left, right? So that means all 5 guys are going to slide this way. It's a full slide is what it's called. We are going to be talking through a lot of offensive line terminology, right? A lot of offensive line terminology as far as slide protections go, because in this game, the Vikings tested him. That means that this is your free runner, and you should know that going into this. John, I would imagine it's the center. And the only reason I would imagine it's the center is because Fields doesn't move. Fields looks to his right, and he gets smoked like he doesn't know the guy's coming. That is unacceptable. That we are going to start with one of Fields' worst plays of the day. Trust me, it actually isn't some avalanche of this is what Fields did wrong, this is what Fields did wrong, this is what Fields did wrong, this is what Fields did wrong. But this first play is unacceptable. We cannot do this. And that sucks, because the problem is that if this is my opinion, if Fields is looking to this side of the field, right, the slide protection should go this way. Case is saying it in the chat. Case is absolutely correct. You should be sliding such that this guy is your free rusher so that the quarterback can see him. Also, let's look at those routes again. Matt Eberflus described this as an outside-in read. So that means Kari Blasingame is number 1, DJ Moore is number 2. Do you need me to repeat that? Do you guys hear the problem in that I hear? Can't swear on this channel. I've committed to it. Why on earth is Kari Blasingame your number 1? Why is the fullback your number 1? Why did a real person want to start a football game with Kari Blasingame as your number 1? Because that is crazy. That doesn't make any sense. And I think it was crazy too, except that's actually where Fields starts. Like when you look at Fields' eyes, boom, where's he looking? Straight at Blasingame. Like this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And so then it doesn't help anything that Fields' drop back pace is still really slow, right? Like I actually went and timed it. I was going to put it on Twitter, but then I thought it was true or not, it was going to end up too toxic. I could show you guys what I was finding. But in week 5, I expected Fields' dropbacks to clock faster than they clocked at the start of the season. They didn't. And so it doesn't help anything that Fields hits the back of his drop, snap, pop, pop. Why did that take up until this point, right? We can't play with the hitch because it took us almost like a second just to get our feet set on a 1-step drop, for crying out loud. Like, there's so much wrong here. It's slow. The read sucks. Like I can't stand the personnel choice. I don't know why the offensive line is working this way. Like if we look up top, now I'm curious because now I can't remember. None of this is really open outside of him, purely because the extra motion means that you're allowing the defender into the play. So maybe you could throw to the furthest outside guy, but it was mind-blowing watching this, where I was like, what are we doing? And that's the thing, Sean, because you're totally right. Boom. Fields is on time with Blasingame. We got to throw this ball, or we got to dirt this ball. Like we've got to get the football out of our hands. Fields doesn't treat the football like it is a hot potato the way that every other quarterback in the NFL does. And it really came back to haunt him in a game that was so heavy on blitzing, because the moment that you take this sack, and hey, can we talk about something? This sack could have easily been a huge strip sack. I mean, God forbid what we would have said if Fields hit the back of his drop, was late to blazing game, hitches, and then begins to throw right here, starting right now. He begins to throw, and boom, that hit comes in, bang, ball pops out, boom, Danielle Hunter scoops it up and takes it back to the house. Can you imagine how Twitter would have reacted? Because a free blindside runner getting home like this is as dangerous a thing as you can possibly imagine in the wide world of offensive scheme. Like, this is unacceptable. This result does not work. This is like, and that's terrible, Case. But John Harbaugh, how you doing? It's not a good start by any stretch of the imagination. And especially in a game that ends the way that it does, because it's one thing to start here. That's the thing, Kusai. That's the thing. Like, and well, that's the thing, KP. I'm not actually coming for Fields when I say 2022 in that case. I'm actually talking about any quarterback at all. Like, there would be a lot of quarterbacks that would begin to throw at some point, right, within this. And Eric, maybe you could say that, but I'm even just saying getting hit by a free rusher from the blind side opens you up to all kinds of chaotic plays. But so anyways, and you're totally right, it's not like Fields misses all of them. But again, I promise you, whether you're for him or against him, I'm going to tell you the truth of what I see. That this is kind of but it's one of the last like major mistakes we see from Fields until a little later in the game. Now, there are going to be questions that we're going to ask, like, are they not doing blank because Fields doesn't want to do it? Keep that question tumbling around in your mind. But as far as everybody handling the blocks, hey, kudos. Like, Darnell Wright handles Danielle Hunter. Even Larry Borum is hanging in there. Number 97 is a damn good player, and Tevin Jenkins has him stratted. It's just that you give a free rusher to 98, he's gonna bring you down, right? Let me see. And that's the thing, John. Like, we'll get there, but without Fields. So a lot of, you know what? Hang on. All right. So I'm going to give you guys like a little bitty preview. Okay. Mark it. We're on the second play of the game. Like, the big thing we're going to be talking about with Bagent, just for anybody who watches the VOD or shows up to the stream, is the fact that, first of all, almost all the snaps, depending on who was the center, didn't really make a difference. They were all kind of bad. But like, if you take a look at Bagent's footwork, he's not following through. He's wrist-shotting everything. Now, I tend to think that a lot of that was because the Vikings showed blitz looks all daggum day, and a UDFA that didn't think he was going to play had the blitz in his head a little too plainly. But, like, it's not just this throw. It's nearly all of Tyson Bagent's throws. And it led to a real problem with follow-through throughout the day that turned into a couple of the ducks that we obviously saw, right? Like, here's another example. This is the DPI duck, which we're really excited about. But why didn't Bagent, like, here's a step, but you can see that instead of pulling his shoulder all the way across his body, like, he just he basically wrist flicks it, and then the ball just up and dies. And when you're watching it from the wide angle, you see the same thing. Gotta remember, we're talking about a rookie, right? We're not asking for a ton more. But when it comes to what's Robert watching for, it's just being able to drive the ball a little bit or avoid the throw at all. Like, I'm fine if we don't try these, right? But some of the mechanics behind a lot of the throws that we saw from old Tyson Bagent were not super, super awesome. And that's fine. He's a rookie in his first start. Can't say it enough. Can't say it enough. He's a rookie. But here's another one. This is the first play of the game, right? Where pop, 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 wrist shot, falling away, right? I used to make fun of Brock Purdy for this. I thought his footwork looked terrible, right? Like, it's just funny to see that Tyson Bagent isn't pushing the ball at all, really. And so you get a couple of these wrist shots. That's totally on it, or that's totally accurate. Who really cares? Who really cares, right? But it's something to watch for. Just for anybody that checks out the very early portion of this stream and then goes to sleep or something like that. This is your tidbit that Robert really saw. That there are a lot of pieces to Tyson Bagent that frankly need to speed up, to be honest with you. Let me use another example before we talk about all the field stuff, because seriously, I mean, we're not at the point where we're going to use words like funeral, but this could be it. And so if this is it, we'll take a little bit of time talking about it. But for instance, like Bagent's late on this play. Snap, throw it. Instead, we hitch a little bit, we wait a little bit, and because we're struggling to drive the ball shows up late and has to get away from, or the ball shows up late, this guy nearly makes a play on it, and we end up not getting the yards that we would have hoped that we would have gotten, mostly because we're a little bit tardy, and we don't drive the ball, right? And that's fine. That's fine. He's a UDFA rookie. This is actually something that I'm expecting him to fix, because in the preseason, he played with a really natural sense of timing. That's the thing, Joe. I'm 100% there. Like, Joe, there are so many things that we can reasonably attribute this to. One, nerves. UDFA rookie. First NFL game against a team that wants to kill him, right? And like, this isn't against Washington, who kind of let the Bears do whatever you wanted. This is against the Vikings, and they want to eat you. So, one, nerves. Two, chemistry. Or a lack thereof, right? I mean, you got to remember, did we all see who that first pass targeted? I'm not going to go back and show you. Did we all see that Tyson Bagent's first play was Velus Jones's first target of the season? 6 games in. Velus Jones Jr. has not yet been targeted on a pass. Who targeted him? The backup quarterback, as you would expect, right? So there's an element of all this stuff with DJ Moore that he's totally winging it. Like, you could argue that most of the players in this game, Tyson Bagent does not have practice with them down. And so nerves, chemistry, 3 would be prep. The way that this coaching, I know that Brock Purdy, all of his teammates talk about how, man, he was ready when he first got the chance to, when he first got the chance to play with, oh my gosh, what am I talking about? What people in interviews, like you heard Deebo Samuel say, man, Brock is that killer. When he first got the chance to play, he was ready, and you could just feel it with him. And I'm not trying to say that Bagent didn't have that Bagent was unprepared, but based on the way that this coaching staff tends to prepare people, it wouldn't surprise me if he was less prepared than we would like to think, right? And so plus fourth, simple reps. He is a UDFA rookie. When Brock Purdy first came in, it was week 10. He had had another month of reps within the NFL structure, right? And more reps as the QB2, because Trey Lance went down so early that Brock Purdy was the QB2 quite early on in the season. Bagent was also the QB2 quite early on, but not as early. So you're talking about 6 weeks practice difference between Brock Purdy's situation and Tyson Bagent's situation. To work all the way back to what you're saying, Joe, no, I don't think any of this is weird. It's just what you have to monitor, right? If I ever sound like I'm being hard on Bagent, you have to understand I have no expectations for Bagent. With Fields, it is damning that he can't get some of this stuff right. I would pick a different word if I could, but with Fields, it has to be right. When I say it's unacceptable, I mean it. With Bagent, it's just bad, right? Like normal rookie bad, you know? And so within that, We can talk about what didn't work. We can talk about what didn't go well. We can talk about what we want to see change. And then as we talk about it, we'll slowly figure out over the next couple weeks what Bagent's limits are, where he struggles. For instance, I wouldn't be surprised if Bagent is going to attempt to speed up his processor, because there are a couple of these plays. Let me show you one more before we just go a little bit chronological on more fieldsy stuff. But the long throw to Moore is a nice, badass completion, right? Is it this one? It is. Like, boom, pop, bang, bang, hitch, throw, catch. That's great. And then you go slow-mo right here, and you realize that the ball's placement being high and on the backside of his shoulder, there's a lot to go through here if we're being granular. High and on the backside of his shoulder exposes DJ Moore and leans him into a vicious hit that we cannot take. And going back a little further, he should throw it now. Like, we take an extra hitch to be sure he's open, but as Bagent gains more experience, we would hope that he throws it a little sooner so that Moore literally has the time to catch the ball in this spot and get down, right? I'm glad we made the throw at all. This offense hasn't made this throw at all, and you know who I'm talking about, unfortunately. But it's also a hospital ball, and you're not gonna make many friends on this Bears team. You might, purely because this is what 1, 10, 15, 20, 25. This is about 30 yards to DJ Moore's stats in his next contract negotiation that I really don't know if Justin Fields would have thrown him. Just talking out loud, right? But you're not going to eat this hit all that often. And moreover, I cannot believe DJ Moore catches this ball. You want to talk about wide receiver 1 being that dude? Oh my gosh. That he goes back up, gets this thing, takes a bone-crushing hit, and catches the ball off his face, only to then get checked out on the sidelines and then get back in the game. Awesome ball. And yeah, that's the thing, Case. Like, I'm cool with asking amazing players to be amazing, but I think we can throw this. I think we can throw this a little sooner, but he's a UDFA rookie. There's a huge difference, and we're probably going to do this again next year, aren't we? Where we're going to be going through and saying, he's a rookie and this should get better. It's also wrong, if that makes sense. Fields missed Mooney wide open for a touchdown. Well, he definitely missed DJ. Oh, yeah, there's 2 plays, John. One, he missed DJ Moore on a wide open touchdown, and then on the play where he got hurt, he misses Mooney on a wide open touchdown. But I don't know if it would have been a touchdown. Safety may have caught him, but that's tough. Like, and that's the thing, Donald. That's the thing. Like, there's an aspect of this play, and I always think that this stuff's interesting, where, like, is DJ Moore expecting the ball to be out here? Because if the ball isn't here, but is instead here, DJ may catch it and run for a score. We're super excited, and we should be, that DJ catches this for the gain that he does. But if he does catch it and does what DJ Moore does, like breaking the tackle and then running forward, he might score. And MJ, not to be cruel to Justin Fields, I don't know if Justin would have thrown it. I really don't. Like, at least I haven't seen it. Because remember the box that we draw nearly every show? This box right here. This would probably be my top on it, right? Where Fields doesn't like attacking that middle of the field area, and I'm curious to know whether he would have thought that 24 would have picked him off and therefore would have just held onto the ball or run it. Both are possible, right? And MJ, in the world where Justin Fields was throwing that rock, I don't think we talk about him the same way. For the better. Like, the Justin Fields that we dream of, so to speak, throws that ball. It's a different guy, and that's okay, right? But so, yeah, John, was he? Because that makes a lot of sense, if that's the case. That he basically really started to pick it up as he went. At some point, I may have to get up and get water. The whole thing I'm battling right now is a nasty throat. So, talking for, what do we got? Another 2.5 hours? Like, we got time. But so, anyways, wanted to quickly cover some of the Bagent stuff. Like, and that's the thing, John. So John Harbaugh mentions, honestly, for a player in his first snaps with zero NFL experience, he looked amazing. I don't know. I mean, I would argue, John, that he looked NFL normal, right? The big secret, I think we can all see it with Tyson Bagent, right? Is that Tyson Bagent is a NFL passer through and through, like an NFL vanilla passer, right? He drops back quickly. He distributes the ball fast. He like gets the ball to his playmakers. And sure, we could talk about moxie. Sure, we could talk about pocket presence. But at the end of the day, Tyson Bagent's entire ethos is his teammates are going to do the winning for him. Whereas with Fields, generally speaking, if Fields doesn't do it, it doesn't happen, right? And so, and that's to me the big. It's the problem, but it's the solution with Fields. It's what made talking about Fields so bizarre over the last couple weeks. I mean, if Fields has a great game, it is a great game because Fields did it. It is very hard for Justin Fields, based on the way he plays, to not hit big, sexy, highlight deep shots in a win. But if those aren't there, nothing is. Like, Fields slowly grinding down the field worked when the Bears were committed to a run game, but then they stopped being committed to that run game, and the whole Fields offense as we knew it kind of fell apart because instead of Fields being a shot hitter, he suddenly was trying to be an all-down quarterback. We see a lot of that throughout this game. It really bothered me because I feel like that's a misunderstanding of who Fields is, but I would doubt with a capital D that Justin is the one saying, hey man, don't you think we should stop making me more than I am? No way. Fields thinks he can do it. Might be part of the problem. But so somebody asked earlier, what kind of what kind of defense was the Vikings running? A blitz heavy defense. And John DeLaTalia is exactly right, in my opinion. If Tyson Bagent had come in to relieve, so John, let me say what you're saying, but different. Because Fields is a totally different thing, right? Because Fields is his own dude and plays the game in an incredibly niche way, it means that when Tyson Bagent comes in and looks somewhat NFL normal, a lot of people are going to oversell what that is when Andy Dalton would have looked cleaner. I mean, vaguely similar, but because him and Bagent are going to play the same style, but similar, if that makes sense. And so with Bagent, you still got all kinds of rookie mistakes. You still got all kinds of grip of the ball a little too hard, tension, and things looking a little too fast for him. All the very normal things that you would expect of a rookie thrust into action with the very little prep that QB2s really get, because they don't get that much prep, right? But like John's kind of saying, you end up with Tyson Bagent getting people incredibly overexcited because he's an NFL normal passer. Like I think John said earlier, he might not be an NFL athlete, but a lot of quarterbacks aren't. I mean, maybe not a lot. That's not really fair. That's like saying a kicker or a punter isn't an NFL athlete. They're a specific athlete. But C.J. Stroud isn't trying to outrun anybody, right? We're back to a quarterback that he throws the ball, right? And then Joe, how would I assign blame for Fields not working out? To be honest with you, okay, so let's go numbered, and then we'll get into film review, right? And that's the thing, John. I can feel that's the thing, Haplo. I'll merge what the two of you guys are saying. I don't think that Tyson Bagent is going to blow our minds. He might blow our minds in showing us what Fields was holding back. That is possible, because I want to be so plain. DJ Moore is a player that I think can win you a football game by himself. This offensive line, I think, is better than we have known it to be. It's not to say that they're amazing. It's to say that they aren't the trash can group that we saw last year. And I tend to think that a game focusing more on getting the ball out a little faster, just a little faster, might highlight that. Won't surprise me to see Darnell Mooney get an actual role in the offense. Won't surprise me to see, Tyler Scott catch a couple balls. Cole Kmet sneak past a couple more defenders, though he's actually doing a really good job of that with Justin Fields. So maybe that doesn't change. But you may see the holistic picture bring up Austin. We've covered Fields, we've covered actually a surprising amount of Bagent, and then we're going to go back into Fields because we've literally covered one play. But so the with Bagent, John and Haplo, we may see the offense, the scheme, the structure, the system look a little better. We're not going to see pretty 50-yard deep shots. We might not even see 30-yard deep shots, right? But we may see, and another thing I think we're probably going to see are a couple examples of him getting fooled, to be honest with you. Like, I won't be shocked at all if Bagent focuses on playing on time next game, and that leads him, like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Bagent kind of look like a Matt Barkley at times, where you may see some throws where you go, oh, okay. And you may see some guys or some plays where he's just going to get fooled and he's going to turn the ball over, right? And MJ50, I'm not worried about Tyson Bagent ruining the tank, because for as much as I tend to think that the offense, so that's the other thing though, right? Because while Bagent may bring the floor up, I do think the ceiling comes down a little bit. Now you may say, well, the ceiling wasn't all that high to begin with. Oh, it can get lower, because the Denver plays, the Washington plays, those plays where that first read is open and Fields can thread the ball on the move, rolling left between two defenders to hit DJ Moore in the hands. Tyson can't do that. And so the deep shot, the 30-yard bomb on a slot fade, that's not really, I don't think Tyson's doing that. So everything's going to get shifted up, and defenses will account. They may not break the offense, right? But we're going to see, because that's the thing, Haplo. I don't want to pretend like Bagent is completely incapable. The guy doesn't have like a noodle for an arm, but it's more to say that even when Tyson Bagent was hitting throws on the run, Haplo, his accuracy was fairly spotty. Like, if there's one comment that I have about Tyson Bagent, let's say the ball is here, he's really, really accurate here, right? That first 10 yards, I would say he can wrist shot it pretty much wherever he wants, right? And so this, I'd say he starts to get hazy, and then this we will certainly see, because that's where I'd say that Bagent is pretty much totally unproven. But I mean, I tend to think that no, he doesn't though, John. At least from what I have seen, he doesn't have the like massive big throw arm that I think some people might want. Well, look, if he did have a huge arm, he probably would have gotten drafted. I mean, it's not that simple, but probably. Bailey Zappi did get picked in the 4th round, and it wasn't that long ago. I get the Shepherd. But I'm excited. I mean, I really am. And not to mention, I don't think he messes up the tank, mostly because of the defense. And I mean, that's a whole separate conversation, right? Main thing that I want to, I guess, so let's go back to what Joe was saying. Ordering the failure. Number one, really had to sneak that word in there. Number one, in my opinion, John, biggest thing that held Fields back is that the quarterback and the head coach were not drafted along the same timeline. I think that 2022 season was a real problem. I think that him having to learn a second offense in his second year, knowing what we know now about Justin Fields, meant that he had to restart his development. I still don't really get doing the left foot, right foot thing. It really mattered to Luke Getsy, but Luke Getsy's opinion doesn't carry much weight with me, at least based on what I'm seeing on tape. And so it sure feels as if it bothered Justin Fields. He seemed like he was more confident, relatively comfortable in his rookie season, and that a lot of that got taken away. I actually wonder what Fields would have looked like if he'd gotten a second year with Matt Nagy. But I wish that, Justin Fields, I wish that whoever drafted Justin Fields had gotten a chance to coach him for at least a second and third year, for crying out loud. I don't necessarily wish that that had been Matt Nagy, because I think that Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace were overdue anyways. But the fact that the quarterback was on a different timeline than the coach was a real problem, if you ask me, especially because it set the quarterback and the roster against each other in many cases. Then let me see, because now I got to remember the order of let's see, of what you were talking about. So let's see. Then next up is coach. And so we got coach, and then we've got like how much is Fields' fault. So number 2, I would tell you, is a Fields thing. I mean, and that's as much just me trying to be fair and grade off of a rubric as anything else, right? Like I don't feel as if I have to pick Fields, but I think that we've lived in a world, or at least we've started to, where what is it, like, not pinning it on the quarterback? We don't know, right? I have to at least blame it on the quarterback after something like QB, like, or something like the QB head coach timeline, because it is up to the quarterback in many cases. Guys that succeed tend to succeed. Guys that fail tend to fail. I mean, would Jake Locker have been different with a different coach? I don't know. I didn't study Tennessee at the time, but it feels like a slippery slope to go, it's the coach's fault. But to be, I don't think they helped him a lot. Like OC in this case. So that's Getsy. Because like we'll see in this game, Getsy's ideas and Fields' ideas on how to solve anything seem like they disagree with each other. I mean, Fields wants to hang on to the football longer. If anything, Fields still doesn't have an internal clock that's fixed. And you could tell because the moment that he tried to play off of an artificial internal clock against Green Bay, they told him, bro, what are you doing? And after that, we got the Tampa game where he held onto the ball for nearly forever altogether. Like, Fields clearly is at odds with the rhythm that Getsy wants him playing at. And that's not a positive thing, nor is it healthy for the Bears offense. So I don't know whether that can be fixed. I got to be honest with you guys. I just don't know, right? Like, how much of it is him clashing with Luke Getsy? How much of it would have been different had it been Matt Nagy or whoever drafted him? I can't tell you because I'm not there, right? But at least on tape, it literally looks like the quarterback disagrees with half the play calls. And it looks like when they try to run something that the quarterback wants to run, nobody else likes those play calls. But that's totally just my opinion, right? And that's totally true. Drex, from what I've seen, that's totally true. Let's see if we going back through some things. As much as I hoped Mitch would be good, if we move on from Fields, it'll be a bigger pill to swallow. Still feel like the ceiling is way higher than the tape shows. That's the thing, KP. If I did any job and that makes me happy, it's that by the end of Mitch's tenure, I had everybody pretty reasonably convinced that there just wasn't much there. Then he went on to back up Buffalo. Then he went on to start for Pittsburgh until he did not start for Pittsburgh anymore. Now he backs up Pittsburgh. I mean, the story wrote itself. With Fields, he's way more talented. Fields has a bigger chance of being out of the league before Mitch Trubisky, or like Fields has a chance of being out of the league before Mitch Trubisky is, purely because if Fields can't figure out how to be a backup, then he'll have to be a developmental starter, and that's gonna put him in the same conversation as guys like Anthony Miller that might be an okay wide receiver 1, but they're obviously not a wide receiver 1 because they're not near good enough. So if they can't play wide receiver 2, different position, or wide receiver 3, a different position again, then they don't have a spot on an NFL roster, and then they get cut. That's how a lot of these talented receivers go, by the way. Like, wide receiver 3 is a different headspace. It's a different role, right? It's not as easy as doing this Claypool thing that we saw him do in Chicago, where he just got to take turns at being the wide receiver 1, right? Let's see, it's a lot easier to find a decent OC than a decent QB in the NFL, in your opinion. Donald, I tend to agree with you. It's why good offensive coordinators make such attractive head coaching like prospects. It's not that it always works. It's that if you can get a good offensive coordinator to be your head coach, the hope is that all the ideas that drive that scheme end up weaponized by your head coach in perpetuity. John, you mentioned the amount of problems that the offense has. or the amount of problems with the offense has me having little hope that even Bagent's faster trigger will change anything for this offense. I think we have a really bad coaching problem. First of all, I agree with you. Second of all, give me a second. First of all, I agree with you. Second of all, I tend to think that bad teams stay bad for a reason. I think it's easy in a moment like this to say, well, Bajan will come in, he'll stabilize everything, he'll do all the things that Fields did badly well, and then he'll do some of the things that Fields did well too. And I tend to think that when it isn't good, it isn't great, right? If the Bears are in second and 9 positions, how are they going to get out of it? A screen? Like a slant to DJ Moore? If it is a slant, if a slant becomes the go-to play, then like I could spin you a big yarn. Like, is Bagent in his second start gonna throw dagger on time? If he is he gonna throw it regardless of whether it's open or not? Like, there are a bunch of things that torture quarterbacks throughout the league. And is Bagent gonna stand up to those in his first start? I wouldn't expect him to. But I do think that you'll get at least like 1 or 2 drives that look like the drive that we saw that Bagent scored on. Now, will he score on himself? Good question. How many turnovers will there be? I don't know, right? But I tend to think that a bad team will remain a bad team, especially because I thought the Vikings did a lot to help the Bears defense that I don't know if the Raiders are going to do. Emphasis on I don't know. But it wasn't as if, in my opinion, the defense balled so much as the Vikings didn't have any weapons and they played into the Bears' hand a lot. But that's a whole later part of the stream. Christopher, you mentioned if you look at Tua, I feel like sticking on Fields isn't that bad. If you can get a Ben Johnson type who will make Fields work, there's one big difference between Tua Tagovailoa and Justin Fields, and that is anticipation. Tua has it. Fields doesn't. I believe that the foundation of anti-too high offense. So as the league enters a too high renaissance left and right, that means that this area underneath the safeties, this 15-yard box, is the area where you have to dominate, right? And so within this, like, let me see. Oh, Joe, we'll talk about that. Like, no, I mean, Tyreek Hill's a great one, Drex, but it's more to say that anticipation is how you hit an outbreaker. It's how you hit a slant. It's how you hit a crossing route over the middle of the field. It's how you stretch defenders. Because, like, look at the position of these defenders, for crying out loud. It sure helps that 24 is way out of position, but if he was in position, you have to throw that with more back here, and then you still can make a play because that's what you do against cover 2. You throw to the middle of the field. We have learned that a few too many times, right? But if you're not on time, you're late, and if you're late, there's often not a play there. And Fields has shown us that a few too many times, unfortunately. Joe, so in the world of selling again, right? I'm with you that we have to keep some talent here. The good news is that a lot of the Bears' rookie contracts are in pretty good shape. I mean, the Bears have DJ Moore under contract for the next 2 years. They've got Darnell Wright under contract for, excluding this one, the next 3 years. Like, they've got a bunch of young talent. The only things that they would sell, if they sell anything, are guys like Jalen Johnson, Rip, Eddie Jackson, huge Rip, and Darnell Mooney. And to be fair, you're looking at one of the biggest Darnell Mooney truthers in football. But if the Bears draft Marvin Harrison, yeah, I'll live without Darnell Mooney. And maybe they don't. Maybe they don't end up at that point. But then if they draft Odunze out of Washington, if they sign some wide receiver 2 like Elijah Moore that hits the market, we'll get over it. Like, because Juice in the Pocket says he's very replaceable. And I don't know. Like, I don't know if I don't know if he's truly replaceable. I think he's a very, very, very good football player and a really solid separator at wide receiver. But there are a lot of pretty good receivers in the NFL, and I think that you can move on from there. Not because I want to, but because I'm trying to think about this from Mooney's perspective. And if I was Darnell Mooney and this season really goes south, I wouldn't want to put the Bears jersey on anymore, just to be honest with you. Like, I would tell my agent, no. Uh, and and I'm with you, Joe. You've seen the video on my channel, I hope, where I questioned whether or not Jalen Johnson should be extended. I think he should absolutely be extended. I think Jalen's a dog. He also may not want to stay in Chicago anymore. Like, he may not want to put the jersey on either. KP, thank you so much for subscribing. Great having you. Thanks for shuffling with us. Anyways, with Jalen, it is literally a matter of how many more games is he going to miss? Like, how often is he not going to be on the field? Can you, or like, what money will he take? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we'll see what happens. And John, I make sure you just keep taking an extra sip out of your I doubt it glass, right? Purely because I know that there's going to be this fever of Bears fans. Can you guys sit with me for a moment? If Tyson Bagent scores 2 touchdowns in a 17 to 21 loss against the Raiders, and he has 1 turnover or less, we are going to hear a roller coaster of people that are going to claim that he's the next Bears franchise quarterback. I've seen this too many times, right? Like, what do you guys think? Prove me wrong. What do you guys think Bagent would have to do to just get people losing their minds? My thought is not much. Like, literally, it may even entirely be the running back. Like, it could be a glitch. It could be Foreman, like, rolling all the way down the field, and then like Bagent takes a snap, hits a curl route, and boom. Like, everybody's just gonna lose their minds. Like, and Christopher, like, I mean, when to, and that's the thing. Can I be honest with you guys? I don't really care, right? Let's see. Would I rather have a super tools quarterback and zero anticipation, or the other way around? If you made me choose between the two, Austin, I'm going to pick the other way around. That's my vibe. Like, what I've been keeping to myself this entire season is that Bagent is way more my style than no anticipation at all. I think no anticipation at all presents problems that Brian Flores exposed in this game. Whereas when you're throwing with anticipation, you can work with this. The Bears need a quarterback that has anticipation and tools. You're looking at Drake May, who looks like a Patrick Jensen. Thank you so much for subscribing. Like, seriously, I do, MJ. It's a disease. Like, spread that ball out, throw West Coast ball. This is my jam, right? But so with Caleb Williams, you get a similar, like, the thing is, like, passing on Williams for Fields with Bagent never. No, Drex. No, Drex. Because that's the thing. Like, first of all, Matthew, interesting question. So the good news, Drex, is that I don't think anybody out there, any reasonable person, is going to actually think that the Bears should pass on a top quarterback prospect because Tyson Bagent exists. Even if, like, Tyson Bagent wins their way out of that situation, you're still going to draft JJ McCarthy, right? You're still going to draft Quinn Ewers. You're still going to draft Shitter Sanders, somebody like that. But so, sorry. What is this? Matthew, you asked May or Williams for me. We will see. We will see. And Joe, you picked a horrible one to watch because that's the thing. Caleb Williams last year was I can't remember if it was a grade or a quarterback rating, and it doesn't really matter. The point is, Caleb Williams under pressure this year has looked awful. Last year, under pressure, Caleb Williams looked pretty doggone good, actually. And so I'm interested to see if that trend continues. If Williams ends the year where the answer is throw a little pressure at him and he melts, Drake may be your quarterback 1. But if Williams lives up to the film that I've seen from 2021, I'm going to stick with Caleb Williams. Basically, the sale that I would give you on Caleb Williams is he's everything that you think Justin Fields was, but he's got Bagent's release and the ability to throw the ball 25 yards flat from that quick release, right? So does he throw the ball quickly all the time? Definitely no. He actually likes to hold on to the ball and hunt for bigger plays. But could he learn to do it? Absolutely. Similar transition to what we saw with Pat Mahomes, as he basically took this like high-flying Texas Tech air raid attitude where he ignored the first read and looked for whatever he could deep, and then he reined it in and learned to play NFL quarterback under Andy Reid. And my hope would be that if the Bears hired a Ben Johnson type guy and then played Caleb Williams within a system that asked him, hey man, that's not going to work here. You're not Superman anymore. Throw the ball, now go make a play. I wouldn't be surprised if Caleb really could be that dude. But my favorite part about this is that Caleb Williams, for anybody who doesn't know, he's about to be he's about to go up against Utah. I think the week after that, he goes up against Oregon. The week after that, he goes up against Washington. And then I think they've got another really tough game coming up. But the point is that, and which rhetoric, KH, Mystic and Sword, do tell me, because I'm interested to hear which one it is. We can talk about that. Stroud is an awesome toolsy quarterback, but he had plenty of anticipation. But so within this, Williams is going to make his decision for us. Williams is either going to prove that he's that guy or he's not. And if he's not, then Drake May is a really good quarterback prospect. When Drake May plants his feet, gets his base nice, he can rip the ball like very few quarterbacks can. And that's the thing, KH. It's not that the way you handle pressure is everything. It's that he went from an 85 to a 25. If we dipped down to the 50s, that's a separate question. But you're right. That just totally talking it out. That I'm interested to see how it all works. It's also a conversation for another time. But like you're saying, Haplo, it's hard for me to envision that Caleb Williams over this next stretch of tough games for a USC team that is just not that good, where he won't show us who he is. And he'll either show us that he's the number 1 overall pick or he isn't, honestly. And because as much as May could do goofy stuff, and he does, May is this hybrid between, from a draft analyst that I know that I really respect his work. Drake May is basically a hybrid of Josh Allen and Justin Herbert at his best. You get some of the I feel it, the stuff I can only describe as Josh Allen getting possessed by the spirit of football. Drake May does a little bit of that, for better or for worse. And then other times, Drake May just plants his feet and rips the ball with all of the strength that you only see a guy in a Chargers uniform do it. But that's the thing, Drex. I'm not surprised that it's hilarious that I would be advocate. If he wore any other jersey, he would be an easier sell, honestly. And that's the thing, Case. It's tough talking about Caleb in the way that he's marketing himself. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think Caleb does where his attitude rubs people a little bit the wrong way. Is it a Cade McNown situation? God, I hope not. Because the other argument that I would make, Case, is that it may take somebody with a true to form attitude to break the Bears quarterback curse. Just talking it out, right? Where if Caleb Williams thinks that he's that guy and that he absolutely will not be stopped, and he proves against the rest of his against the rest of his schedule that he is that dog, then sure, come in and be the Bears' first good quarterback ever, right? And if not, I will happily, it's not even settle, pivot to Drake May and not have a problem with it because he's been a really good quarterback prospect. We have talked too much about not film. And that's the thing, KH. I tend to think that, I'm going to be interested to see what happens, if only because, McMahon was good, Austin. I'm talking about McNown. I hope I didn't say McMahon. I tend to think when it comes to draft prospects that following this stuff live is a beatdown. We got to come back after the bowl games are done. We've got to come back when we've got all the tape. Watch the games. Absolutely. Chart what you see. They are one data point, all of them. That first half against Notre Dame, awful for Caleb Williams. The game against Arizona, it's in the eye of the beholder. Because on one hand, Caleb Williams got heated up by Arizona and didn't play well for a half. On the other hand, Caleb Williams led his team to a 43-41 double overtime victory, which included a bunch of silly mistakes by the rest of his teammates. One other thing that I think I do love about Caleb Williams, stop me if you've heard this one before, but when Caleb Williams is in the gun and he hands it to a running back, just like this, you'll see him you'll see him mesh with the running back. The running back will take the ball, and if he bounces it out this way, you'll see Caleb just sprint down the field to try to block for him as the running back heads down the edge. I'm not saying that this automatically means that a quarterback is good. It's more to say that Case, at least what I have seen, Caleb kind of comes across like a bunch of words that I don't really want to say, like on the or on like on air. Baker's a good metaphor here, where Baker's a villain in a lot of people's eyes, and he certainly rubs a lot of people the wrong way. But if he's that dude on the field, like that may be what matters. But maybe that position or maybe that style doesn't work for quarterback. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that to the professionals to interview and really go through. But at the end of the day, I will get excited about whoever the Bears pick, especially if they're awfully high up. Let's talk some more Bears offense, huh? By the way, I have to say it. It's 9:09. We got 77 viewers here. First of all, hit me with that like. If you're enjoying the stream, do hit the like. Let me know. Or let me know that things are going well. If things need to change, let me know that the stream needs to change. And then within that, like, what is it? Oh, another thing. Like any support that you're able to offer, I really appreciate you. It helps a lot more than you know. Making sure that I take the time to get all this stuff put together and present to you guys is a lot of work. But at the end of the day, I'm never going to push anybody when it comes to money. Just know that whether it's joining the channel as a member and supporting work that way or making a donation for a one-time thing, I really appreciate you if you've got that. But back to this. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Pay billings now for sure. Jason, I'll figure it out for you. Let's see. Caleb or Case, if Caleb does refuse to come out to the Bears, then I will be surprised. I don't think there's any way. You got to remember that for what it's worth, Russell Wilson seemed to be seriously considering coming to the Bears off of legacy. Like, yes, Ryan Pace seemed to want to get that deal done, but there is the other side to Chicago that really comes into play. Now, if the Bears don't fire Eberflus, then sure, he may slant or stick his flag in the ground, but I would just be stunnerinoed. I mean, it would be not the player that I think he is, nor would it be a smart decision for the number 1 overall pick if the Bears clean house to not want to come play for whatever offensive coach the Bears hire. That seems ridiculous. No, I wouldn't let Caleb hire the head coach, but I would hire a head coach that was young and offensive. Again, I'd hire a Kellen Moore type or a like a Ben Johnson type. I mean, it would maybe totally, but you got to remember that just like MJ said, and I'm sorry, Josh, I know what you're saying, but like the best news to me with a guy like Ben Johnson and the number 1 overall pick is that Caleb Williams is going to get endorsement deals out the you-know-where, like the moment that he comes to Chicago. Like, Caleb may play for the Rams. I'm not obsessed with Kellen Moore. Like, I don't try to do too much head coach research until I actually have the time to set aside and watch all these guys' different offenses. What I know about Kellen Moore is that he's now been offensive coordinator at 2 different spots, which really matters to me. Like Ben Johnson, for instance, how much of it's Dan Campbell? How much of it's Ben? We can guess, but we don't know. Whereas with Kellen, we've seen Dallas with, we've seen Dallas without. And a lot of the things that they do, last night kind of notwithstanding, in San Diego, it's Los Angeles now, like that those are sweet things. They push the boundary, they're pass first, it's a whole bunch of stuff. But like Happel was saying, I mean, last night is Happel's bad week to be talking about Caleb Williams or Kellen Moore. That's for daggum sure. Jason, these are always funny. Thomas, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Anyways, getting back to, let's see. I wonder if that's Riley's type because there's Murray, Baker, similar arrogance. That's the thing. I mean, and Case, I think it's funny you mentioned that because I've always thought Baker's attitude is badass. Like I've always thought Baker's like middle finger the rest of the world is awesome. Let's see. He's really going to pass up throwing to DJ Moore and possibly MHJ to go back to college. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, KH. And it's worth mentioning this Bears offensive line isn't great, but it's not that bad, especially if Wright develops over the year and comes into his sophomore year that much better for it. Like the second team, assuming that's not let's put it this way, like straw poll. Who would you rather play with? The Patriots offense or the Bears offense if you were a quarterback? Now, we're a bunch of Bears fans, so we're probably pretty biased, right? But especially if the Bears, you trade Mooney for a Marvin Harrison, and then you spend $65 million in free agency on offensive additions, like, come on, right? Like, the Bears offense may not be the world's most attractive group, but it would be a really sick situation for a number one overall pick, because number one overall picks are just normally drafted into Bryce Young-like situations. Like, that's the thing, Michael. That Patriots team, like that Broncos team, that Cardinals team, like there are bad situations all over the NFL. And kind of like Cage Mystic and Sword is saying, Caleb Williams would pass these up with Marvin Harrison potentially waiting in the wings because he doesn't want to wear a Bears jersey. Get out of here. Caleb Williams would probably make $50 million over 4 years, if not more, just by being in Chicago. Guys, let me say something awful, but maybe true. Let's pretend that the Bears had Trevor Lawrence and that the Jaguars had Justin Fields. Do you think Justin Fields is in the NFL script commercial in that setting? Or do you think that's Trevor as the Bears push towards the playoffs? Or at least that the Bears are in the Jaguars-esque situation? Say what you will. Mitch Trubisky was in commercials. Like, Justin Fields was in commercials. Like, if you end up, that's the thing, Drex, it really would be. Like, I mean, I think Justin's awesome, because that's the thing, Draco. I'm less talking about what Trevor Lawrence would or wouldn't do in Chicago. I'm more talking here about the Chicago market is just begging for good players, because the moment the Bears get some good offensive players, the Bears are going to be all over the commercials, like all over everything, right? And Michael, of course you don't. He's a Jaguar. Like, Trevor Lawrence is a major NFL figure, but it took Herbert 3 years of throwing for 5,000 yards for him to break into commercials, because that's how it is. The Bears are in 5 primetime games, and we are terrible this year. Like, and Draco, that's exactly right. I mean, for God's sake, if the Bears get the number one overall pick, it doesn't matter who they pick. The Bears are going to get, that quarterback is going to be treated like an instant superstar. Now, the only thing that would get kind of messy would be if the Bears picked Caleb Williams, the NFL is going to just be obsessed. And then he may not be good. Just calling it out. Like, I love Caleb Williams. His style is either going to be top 5 in the NFL or it's going to end up a disaster. Like, I just want to be so clear. The bad of Caleb Williams looks like Wack Zilson, to mix that name up. But the good of Caleb Williams really does look like Pat Mahomes. Drake May, the bad looks like Titch Madrisky, whereas the good looks like Josh Allen and Justin Herbert. So pick your poison, right? I would argue the floor is maybe a little higher with Drake May, but that's purely because of convention, I guess. Like, the floor with Caleb is bizarre. I mean, it's legit tough to know. Because to Case's, the other thing, Case, that I would point out, Caleb has a really quick release. There are a lot of these plays where you can see Caleb can take the ball and distribute it. I'm talking Bagent stuff, like snap throw. Like, Caleb does quite a lot of that, right? And Khalid, tend to agree with you. Unfortunately, it is week 6. We just got through week 6 for crying out loud. And I'm actually not worried about Drake May, but I do tend to think like, John, that is crazy. Is that real? Like the Chicago market is insane. Like, man. Oh man, KH nailed it. KH nailed it. And that's the thing, Michael. One thing I'm so excited about is that Caleb Williams has 4 to 5 games this year to prove whether or not Notre Dame just got him or whether that's the new normal. And even better, the Bears get to draft him after he has gone through this, for better or for worse. Like, or they get the chance to draft him after he's either proven he can step up or not. Caleb Williams is wearing the weight of the number 1 NFL pick. There's no way he doesn't know that if he throws 14 interceptions in 5 games, Drake May is getting picked first overall. We're all clear on that, right? Like, if Williams can absolutely lose the number 1 spot, depending on how Drake May plays. And May's game against, as far as what I saw, because I didn't see the whole thing, but May's game against Miami just kind of got out of the way, right? But within that, let's see. Within that, like KH Mystic Sword said, if just imagine, for as much as everybody is joking around, like just imagine what Chicago would do if Caleb Williams painted like FTP on his nails on both sides of his hands, and then like, I don't know, freaking Bears mascots on his like thumb and pinky, and then he freaking rolled the Jordan Love led Green Bay Packers. Like, I mean, for as much as we may make fun of, you know, how unconventional it is from what we've seen for quarterbacks to paint their nails, even though any quarterback talks about how much effort goes into manicured nails to make sure that your nails don't screw anything up with the snap. If Caleb did that, like, I mean, I think some Bears fans would just lose their minds. Lose their minds. Like, the league would go nuts. They would lose their minds. And I mean, for crying out loud, like, I'm not about to say that that it would be easy, but if you really told me, because I've been thinking about this, okay, I'm not trying to say this or that, because we're not even the second snap through this game, right? The stickers, Dan, that makes a ton of sense, by the way. That makes a lot of sense. But so within this, there's one other thing to talk about here. And that's that if Caleb has shown us anything at USC, he's accustomed to smaller, faster receivers, right? Smaller, faster receivers. Smaller, faster receivers. So then if you told me that DJ Moore became the T. Higgins to MHJ's Jamar Chase, think about it. Right? Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? Like, you're telling me that you got to take a guy that I think is a top 5 receiver in the NFL, and you add a guy that might be a top 3 receiver in the NFL at some point, an all-tool player at like 6'4", etc., and you're going to have one of the more dynamic quarterbacks in college football that we've seen in an awfully long time. Like, he's going to throw him the ball. Oh my gosh. Like, I'm not about to say for certain that, Caleb would hit the ground running, but you got to think it would be easier than it has been for certainly Fields, but most number 1 overall picks. Look at Bryce Young right now. Like, I get that there's plenty of CJ Strouds, etc. But that's the thing. That's the thing. Why would the Bears franchise ruin Fields at this point? Like, you take a look at the team that the Bears are assembling. This offense is not that bad. I mean, a really bad offense, honestly, can't score like you did against Washington. Like, that's too good a defensive line. And while the corners aren't good, DJ Moore caught 230 goddamn yards. Like, that was a game where Fields missed probably 110 yards to Darnell Mooney and Oh my gosh. DJ Moore just caught 230 and we left 50 on the field. Like, CJ Stroud, like, and that's the thing. Like, Michael Allen, I honestly don't know about that. It's at times. But like, let me see. Tito, the Bears need to skip on quarterback and do what the Lions didn't build in the trenches. So the good news is, Tito, they did. You got to remember that now, granted, he wasn't healthy, but like Nate Davis is a big investment. Darnell Wright is a big investment. They have 130 mil. Oh man, let me write that again. They have 130 mil in 2024 cap space. A lot. They could easily sign, whether that's a new center, a new guard. Heck, maybe they even bring in some competition for Braxton. I hear you on building through the trenches, but with 2 first-round picks and Awubono, nothing happened to Jenkins. He just has to prove that that like it's gonna get better. You got to remember that you can also, it was Khalid, and I worried about that at the time. The point is that like the Bears line is worlds better than it was in 2022. Worlds better, especially when this guy right here gets better. Like the trenches is one thing because the Bears do need defensive line help. Absolutely need it. That's why they have 2 first-round picks. And for crying out loud, especially if they get number 1 and number 2. Number 2 can trade down to number 5 for a 2025 first, a 2024 second, and potentially a player. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but you have to remember that if the Bears take number 1, number 2 will become an incredibly marketable commodity. And if the Bears leveraged that into a second DJ Moore-esque trade, are you kidding me? Especially since Tito, you got to remember that the rookie quarterback, we've talked about this before, but a quarterback's contract, right? You got year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, and then 5-year option. And I'm going to make a bunch of bubbles, right? Because this is really important, Tito. Really important. This is where you are aiming for, right? This what you want. You want to compete here. But this means that when you draft the quarterback in year 1, you can draft Jalen Carter, or I don't know, whatever the next Jalen Carter is, in the off season of year 2. Like, you put the rookie in. He doesn't, like, his line isn't awful, but maybe it's not amazing yet, right? And then in year 2, you continue to invest in the trenches in the off season. Still got cash money, or it's still got money and cap space. Still got plenty of other options to continue building the team, because the core is, in my opinion, you need a foundation before you draft the rookie quarterback. And the good news is the Bears built a foundation. It's the foundation we've been using to evaluate Justin Fields. It's not perfect, but look around the NFL. Look at the Patriots. Look at the Texans. Like, look at the Cardinals. Look at the honestly, sometimes the Buccaneers. Like, there are offenses out there in dramatically worse shape than Chicago's. And sure, they're not the Eagles, and I get that. Sure, they're not Detroit, but Detroit's like the best example. And it helps that Goff makes their line look even better than they are. If you put, I hate saying this because this sounds just inflammatory, but it's kind of true. If you put Justin Fields, based on the way that he's been playing, on that Lions offensive line, people would think that offensive line was mid to bad. Like, Jared Goff gets the ball out. He throws to one receiver, for crying out loud. Like, it's awesome what they are doing in Detroit. They're really well coached. They do so many things well. So many things well. You'll also notice that, if memory serves, while they do have a bunch of different first and second rounders on that draft, I mean, I'm one of these people that's going to advocate for like a Cedric Van Pran type guy in the second round of the draft. Like, I think the Bears need to take like a good center. I think they need to invest in another guard, not because I hate Tevin Jenkins, but because I would rather Tevin Jenkins at this point in his career have a legitimate competition person, like, that either backs him up or challenges him. I think a Connor Williams type makes a lot of sense if the Bears want to go with a free agent center. They can also play a little bit of guard. And then I'm going to say something a little bit salacious, but like if a new GM comes in, and I don't know if they're going to, but if a new GM comes in, like I don't mind a new GM challenging Braxton. I like Braxton. Drex, I'm not saying that to what is it? Like I'm not saying that to light on fire a guy that we like. I'm saying Braxton is right on that line of is he really your franchise guy or is he just a valuable player? He's a valuable player, but he could be a swing tackle and still be valuable for as long as he remains cheap and on his 5th-year contract, especially if the Bears did get the opportunity to upgrade at left tackle. The problem is, in my opinion, you got to remember, Tito, going all the way back to what you were saying, even the best offensive lines give up pressure if you hold onto the ball forever. Even the best. There is no offensive line, Chiefs included, where you can just hang onto the ball forever. And so getting a quarterback that can navigate the pocket, getting a quarterback that steps up, steps sideways, steps out. If there's one thing I've been really impressed with on Caleb Williams' tape, it is the way that he navigates the pocket. He generally maximizes it. Now we'll see if that changes, but it helps a lot. And then if you upgrade your skill players, specifically we're talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. We're not talking about Jacoby Myers. We're not even talking about Odunze. We're not talking about Ebukite. Some of the others, those are real names, like other potential first-round picks, right? At wide receiver, you're talking about guys that can separate quickly with an offensive line that can hold water. This is a viable way to play football, at least in my opinion. And plus, if you're that high in a draft that's got this quality, or that's got quarterbacks of this quality, you just can't pass on it. You really can't. Even if you're going to seat somebody like, and that's the thing, Case, like, bring me Chase Young or Montez Sweat. One of them's got to get out there. Christopher, I don't think they have to tank. Like, that's the problem, Christopher. We're talking about a Bears team that's lost more games. Do we have more from this game? BG, we have a lot more from this game. I just keep getting distracted. Like, we keep talking about things, or people keep asking questions that I know they want answers to. And we can absolutely, like, talk about those later. We're going to have to put a pin in this. Because we got plenty more to talk about. So, second play of the game. It is 2nd and 17. We just took that nasty sack that we talked about, God, almost an hour ago at this point. And Corey, we're going to get there. I'm going to move through this as quickly as we reasonably can. I love the footwork and the way that Justin Fields, not literally ran this ball, but I love the way he ran this play. It feels as if, oh man, I should get the other angle, huh? So Fields traditionally, when he offers this ball, has his head pointed straight at a guy like Danielle Hunter. In this case, in 2nd and 17, I don't know if he's reading him out of the corner of his helmet or not, right? But one thing that I loved was, Kelsey's too old, Cade. I would if he wasn't, but he's old, right? Tito, I got you. The good news is the free agency crop for this defensive line group actually looks fairly fun. Like, Danielle Hunter should actually hit free agency. He has a no tag clause, right? He's too old. The Vikings, maybe they'll re-sign him, but we don't know, right? Yeah, Damo, we went back and we reviewed some Tyson Bagent stuff, but we really did a lot of talking. So then Fields ran it, was an athlete, but I love the fact that because he held his head pointed along the line right here, like, he was able effectively to draw Hunter towards the running back a little bit more, which made the pull decision that much better. Like, honestly, Case, it's possible if this was a true keeper, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that it was a coached method of getting him into the open field. 2nd and 17 becomes 3rd and 4. On 3rd and 4, I love this. Like, this totally works. Bears go quads over here. That's 4 wide receivers. What does it draw? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defenders. What does that get us? Oh my gosh, so much space, right? This is brilliant. I'm not going to call it genius. It's just, let's make offense simple. And you can tell that Fields was supposed to go this way, right? But this defensive lineman rolls over and there's so much space that Fields just slips out into the open here. And I mean, we're only looking for 4 yards. Bang, we got it. Fields tries to hit Harrison Smith with a nasty juke. Harrison Smith can't really bring him down in any particular way. Also, it looks like the Bears killed to this. Did he? No. I'm not surprised because this looks like what they wanted anyways. 1st and 10. We get Valus coming across the formation, and we immediately botch the play. Like, hate saying it, okay? But this is the truth, right? What's going on? Bears are going to run what's called GT counter bash, right? So you're going to see this guy, or you're going to see the T and the G pull around, right? Let's watch just the offensive line, and we will go from there. So they are what's called bash blocking. What does bash mean? Let's write the word. I don't know why this is the way that it is. Football has a couple of these moments, but when you hear bash, think the phrase back away. So that is the line is blocking away from the running back, right? In this case, it's quarterback blocking, right? On a quarterback read of some kind, this is like bash blocking is blocking in Fields' direction. And what the Bears like about this toss is that if this guy isn't here, so let's pretend he doesn't exist, you're going to get everybody crashing down, and then you're going to pitch the ball to 25, Darrington Evans here, with a one-on-one between that safety if DJ Moore can take this guy out of the play. Now, that's not what you get. Instead, you get two edge players that you have to negotiate. Maybe Fields could negotiate one, but he sure can't negotiate two. He has to keep this. Fields has to run this ball, right? The moment you pitch it, you have killed this play, and the Bears have eaten a loss of 5. If you'd like to see what it looks like when this works, let me look it up real fast. I have to pull it out of my bookmarks. Here's Air Force running it really well. With the quarterback running it, getting past, speeding up field. Boom. Nice little quarterback run, right? But he also reads it, doesn't like what he sees, says no to the pitch, follows the blocking, and gets a bunch of yards out of it. That's what we would have hoped that Fields would have done. He did not do that. Bummer. I'm curious how successful it actually would have been had Fields gone there, but you got to envision that had we gotten through this hole, Tevin Jenkins would have blown out number 99. Larry Borum would have gotten around. Ooh, this actually could have been a killer play. Can we see this? Like, where if Fields had pressed this and Fields had gotten past Hunter, which we certainly, or he'd gotten past 98, which we certainly hope he would. Like, Jenkins kicks him out. Borum comes around the side. Kmet should take this linebacker out. You've got Borum taking out this guy, and Harrison Smith coming off his back foot with in a one-on-one with Justin Fields. You're looking at a chunk play, probably. Instead, we pitch to the running back. We don't want to run it for whatever reason. And then we lose 5 yards. Like, I don't know. KP, I don't know if it's a lack of trust in the offensive line. Maybe he doesn't want to get hit. Like, it's honestly hard to tell. And then let's see here, Mike. Because they have 2 in the read gap, like, I completely get you that 98 here is hunting for him, but you can't. I don't think you can pitch this ball. Like, but so at least what I do, John, is because it is a bad look. But John, what I do is like, I haven't coached it. I've read a ton about it, but then I made a bunch of friends in the coaching world that I send to them when I have different questions, one way or another. So, for instance, I pulled this straight from a coach friend of mine when I wanted to check with him, and I was like, oh, what are we looking at here? And so there's an aspect of this where I throw my hands in the air and I say, I'm just reporting the facts, sir. So then, second down, we take a sack. Maybe you've seen it. Maybe you haven't. But it sure looks to me like the Bears are running. I've seen this called like whirl before, where you're going to have Cole Kmet sit down. You're going to have, I think that's DJ Moore, run a dig on the backside of him. So this is your alert. I don't, John. No worries. I'm 5'6". I don't think any football players would listen to me anyways, then this is your 1 read and this is your 2 read. And stop me if you've heard this before, but I'm pretty sure Fields hangs on the alert, doesn't get back to the 1, and by the time he does, we're hit. Takes the snap. It doesn't help that the snap is low, and then we drop it. So it's a bad snap. We don't catch it clean, which screws everything up. Fields comes off the 1 read. Forget I said that. We look at Cole Kmet, and we would, honest to God, hope, just because we've all watched the NFL, we would, honest to God, hope we have a fast enough release to just spit this to Cole right here. It's not easy. I'm not about to pretend it's easy. But the moment we try to beat the rusher with our feet, we are screwed. And there's just nothing we can do. As far as what happened on the play, well, it's, stop me if you've heard this before, but it's another blitz. This time it's a stunt, right? And so the Vikings are blitzing 5. They stunt the end players. And I don't want to say there's nothing you can do about it, but Tevin Jenkins certainly looks shocked that the guy stunted in and he falls on his butt. And there's like, at that point, this play is pretty much dead. Could we have blocked it better? Without a doubt, right? Would have been awesome if we'd picked up the blitz. Could we have thrown it to our check down? I really think so. Like, Fields gets his eyes to the guy, and I think we could just whip it. Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. I can't believe I'm about to pull this out, and don't take this too serious. Did I seriously just find it already? There's no way. Oh, I did. Ha! I am a god of film. I am a god of film. But so there's this play where the Bears are running like way later in the game. The Bears are going to run Cole Kmet on, it's like a double move in. I don't know why they thought this was going to work. And then you've got Robert Tonyan out in the flat. Tonyan comes absolutely hilariously open, right? Boom, nobody's on him, right? Why do we have Cole Kmet trying to Jimmy Juke this defender? I'll never figure it out, but we do. Bagent realizes, hey, he's wide open. I should just throw it to him, right? And he doesn't know. I'm certain Bagent doesn't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he's got great pocket sense, but I would be shocked if he knows that Borum got his butt kicked on this rep in particular. Because not Borum. Foreman just gets rolled by this edge defender. But Bagent, with pressure closer than Fields was. Here, I'll back it up just a little more. That's his neutral throwing position. Pressure is coming straight at Bagent. Gets the ball out in nearly no time at all. This is a normal NFL throw. It's literally all I'm trying to say. Yes, Bagent has a very fast release, even by the NFL standards. But quick release dump offs are like the NFL throw. The NFL throw. Like, here's what it looks like in real time. I mean, I'll go frame by frame just so we can see it. Like 1, 2, 3. Let me see. Each of these frames is about a 60th of a second, right? So going from his hands tight, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. It's out. So about half a second, if not less, from dead set, or like it's about 60 frames a second case at this point. Quick release, no power. Exactly, CJ. But when you're throwing to a guy with this much space in a check down, it turns out it doesn't even need to be truly accurate. Even Bob Tonyan can go pick up a first down for you, and he does, right? So working all the way back to the Fields sack that we were looking at. Is it this one? Yeah. We would hope, with a capital H, bad snap and all, that we get our eyes to Kmet, and with the time that we have, we can just shot put the ball to an open tight end, and then he can catch it. And I mean, who knows? Maybe he even picks up a play. But honest to God, if he just got tackled there, we're all fine. Like, everybody's hunky-dory. Instead, we take a sack. The drive is over. So, Case, I just download the tape. it gets sent to me, at 60 frames a second. But I'm with you, generally speaking. Unless you're asking for it in 30 frames. Oh, I got you. Let's get to the point I'm talking about. So I want to get to where his eyes are on Cole Kmet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's 30 frames. About. We crouch down instead of getting the ball out. Now, I've even seen some quarterbacks will step back and sling it. That's actually something Caleb does quite often. But then let's see. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. That's a full second, right? But if that fits, like, I hope that gives exactly what you're looking for, because I thought that was a really interesting thought, right? And that's us trying to pick the most forgiving time. That's not me asking for Fields to just pre-throw this ball right here, which he could do, right? That is, once he sees it, what does he do? And he immediately goes into like small protection mode, which is fine. It just sets us up for a 3rd and 21, and the drive is over. 3rd and 21, Bears go motion. They get the ball to Tyler Scott, who sucks. Like, on this play, I'm totally joking. He just drops it, right? Boom, ball out. It's down. One of those just sad Bears fan moments where everybody goes, wah, wah. Happens. And Christopher, I would have agreed with you if Kmet running curls over the middle wasn't a legitimate harping point that I had on Fields early in this season. Fields was hitting anything that was out wide. Like any check down that was out there, ooh, he was fine. I'm shocked that the Bears called a screen, or not a screen, that they called a pass over the middle and expected Fields to hit it, because at this point he really has been that bad in that spot. But hey, it happens. Bears move on. And I got to tell you, in the wide world of things that surprised me, I did not have on my bingo card Deontay Foreman playing like a man possessed. But let's be real here, guys. Like, oh my gosh, this guy was a tank. It helps when your offensive line is low-key beasting. Take a look at our wonderful rookie Darnell Wright and his partners in crime, Nate Davis and Mercedes Lewis. Talk about get out of here. Like, Darnell Wright is just going to go ahead and put this guy in a coffin with an assist from Mercedes Lewis. Nate Davis is going to do one of my favorite things that any lineman can do, and that is blatantly hold, and get away with it. Thank you, Nate Davis. And the Bears pick up a great gain for it. We love it. And that's the thing, CJ. We went away from him. We went away from the running game overall. Like, I'm not about to tell you that Foreman was like the dude, but a 7-yard gain on first down, what could be better? Not much. And so then second play, we get our first of these. Man, okay, so just steel yourself, because I remember when we were about to go through and talk about all of this stuff, right? I was about to say that this was Fields' like last mistake for a little while. We're about to get like 7 bad snaps in a row on passing downs. Like we've already gotten one relatively low one that Fields bobbles. This is ridiculous. Like I'm stunned at just how bad a lot of these snaps were. Boom. I can't believe he got it. Talk about athleticism to tip it to himself. And then he said, yes, see ya. I'm going to hit the hole myself, baby. 3rd and 2. And on 3rd and 2, they bring a blitz. Boom, we get the ball out. Improvement. It sucks that in year 3, we still have to eat the sack early. But improvement. That we took a step. We drifted just a little bit, right? Like, just a little bit of a drift. We change our arm slot. We get the ball out to Cole Kmet. Kmet takes an immediate hit, but the ref says, you know what, Justin? That's fine. And he's just going to spot it over here. Do I think the ball could have been there? I'm never going to tell. But much better. Much better. And it's all that this can be. Like, I don't even think Fields really takes a hit here. The line does a pretty doggone good job. It's not the best job you'll ever see, but it's good enough. Also, kudos to Darnell Wright, who's had issues on the edge of the defense. Here, he gets out, competes. There's nothing there for Daniil Hunter. Yes. Yes, thank you. Yes. First down. Hope you guys don't mind the pace. We go with probably my least favorite play in the playbook. I don't know what the concept is, but I can't believe that there's an actual play based on a running back running a flat and a true go down the sidelines. But this is what we're reduced to sometimes as we take an under center snap. I guess if you wanted to be really kind, you'd say that it's 2 goes. But we get cover 3 with what is likely a blitz up front because I don't count enough dudes. So there's a blitz. We've picked up as much of it as we can, or as much of it as we're going to. Kari Blazing Game thumps him and gets out. And Fields has to get it to Blazing Game. And then Blazing Game is hit immediately. I mean, sometimes the play call doesn't work. I feel like this kind of stuff's kind of non-competitive, to be honest with you. Like in the wide world of scheme things, like it always makes me sad when we're up against cover 3 and we're not going to break at all because we can. Like, I'm not saying, I don't even know if Fields really would have had the time to throw some of this stuff. But if there was a sight adjust, boom, we hit the back of our drop and we're just going to break at the 50, then like Fields can throw this ball to somewhere. Instead, the best we get is a little check down to Blazing Game, who is an elite athlete, as we know, and he gets a solid 1 yard off of a big old play action pass. This kind of stuff bums me out personally, but that's just how it is, I guess. Nearly everybody gets a good block here. Like Jenkins is brawling, Nate Davis is blocking, or Nate Davis is solid, Whitehair's holding, etc., right? I'll go slow so everybody can take a look around the offensive line. Is it straight drop back? You're right. I assumed it was play action because why on earth would you have... I really do that. Oh, rip. There it is. Because like you were saying, Case, I watched Foreman's arms, and Foreman comes through like it's totally play action. But we don't really get much. Bummer. Hey, we're not trying to get a bunch on everything. It's just kind of sad seeing so many different spots in the league. My goodness. All right, now I'm just complaining, right? But so many different spots around the league, so many different offenses. Just they'll run like a bang post here combined with like a scissor. Like they'll run all kinds of things. And JT O'Sullivan, a smart person, goes, the Bears just can't run sail anymore. That is, just to be clear, that is Darnell does this and Tanyan does this because we apparently are so unconfident that we're going to hit, or that we're so lacking confidence that we can hit a deep out route that we just got to take it out of the playbook, according to JT O'Sullivan. I wonder if the Bears had those same conversations, because to me, running a bunch of go routes down the field against a blitz is boring, and it doesn't really work. Imagine the space that he would have had more just run a 5-yard slant. But of course, we don't do that. Look at this. I'm not trying to be that dude, but if it's a 3-step drop and you get the ball out on a quick little slant, I'm not saying Moore would run forever, but you challenge this guy to come up and make a tackle, and it feels gross, right? The offense does not feel healthy. If you watch this tape and you feel an element, like a film of rot, in your eyes as you watch it, know that I do too, because that makes me sad. And yes, John, I have, unfortunately, but if you can believe it, it does get worse. It doesn't help anything that the Bears coaching doesn't inspire me at all. Here's Foreman basically carrying the entire Vikings defense. Initial contact right here. I always like tracking this. I think it's a full 5 yards after contact because he carries that guy off of him, then hits him, falls forward. That's like 6 yards. Like 6 yards after contact on a 9 yard run. Thank you, Deontay. At this point, Nate Davis is already out of the game, so we get to see a little work from number 69, Jatiri Carter, who actually had himself a day and a half. Like, everybody does their job here. Cole Kmet's going to kick him out. Mercedes Lewis is going to help here and then get up to the second level. Check this out. Check this out. Beautiful, beautiful run blocking. Like, get there, bang. Another thing I love about this is that you're catching the Vikings over blitzing, right? It's 2nd and 9. It's a passing down. And at this point, like, you're going to punish them because every time they send a blitz and you hand it off, you have taken him out of the run fit and you've left 50, 44 to do all the work. They don't do all the work, right? Foreman does a great job getting rid of that contact, pushing forward. Now it's 3rd and 1. Let's see, Steven. I would, but I really try not to focus too much on injuries. We kind of have to focus on the Fields injury just a little bit because it's a pretty key play. But long enough, suffice it to say, Bears tush push, and they get flagged for like a false start. So now it's 3rd and 6, and they got to pick it up from here. They're going to bring somebody over. I would imagine that this is telling you that it is man, but like a man zone. If I had to just guess, I can't remember what they're going to run, to be honest with you. Yeah, man. Fields run this really well. I mean, it's basic stick, right? There's some of this stuff that, like, it's hard for me to translate to you guys how basic this is. Like, this is high school. Now, that's fine. Sometimes we're going to, like, a first down's a first down. But all the same, boom. Thank God. You normally read this alert. 1, 2. Fields' eyes go alert. Nah. We're throwing to Moore. We do. Debatably the easiest first down of the game, to be honest with you. And if there's something to be really positive about, because Tito, if you're still here, I hope you are, like, it's funny looking at how the offensive line holds up on a quick pass. Like, it's a stunt. We even lose. Darnell Wright gets beat by a stunt on this. Did you notice? Like, and if you didn't, I'm not quizzing you. It's more like if we ran nearly anything else, Marcus Davenport is absolutely blowing this play up. But instead, because we played with a more, let's call it normal sense of timing, Marcus Davenport doesn't get a chance to interfere with this play because it's just not fast enough. Like, the stunt itself isn't near fast enough to actually punish a quarterback throwing to even his second read when you design it well enough. Like, it's understated how much pressure all these deep hold on to the ball routes, like long developing concepts, put on the offensive line, where we look at this Bears team and think the offensive line sucks. But in reality, maybe a little closer to, we ask the world of an offensive line that isn't even that good. Gorgeous, gorgeous toss crack rep here with Velus Jones. Like, snap, toss. Look at everybody up front. Mooney and Kmet are going to absolutely do their job. Watch Darnell Wright in open space. Look at this man. Look at this demon man. Like, rip. And yeah, that's the thing, Michael. Like, Bagent absolutely runs it wrong. I would hope that Bagent can correct it because there's no way he hasn't run stick, and Bagent probably thought that he could get the whole shot for better or for worse. But I'm not going to focus. Like, there's an aspect of this where it's a rookie trying to make a play, and being told to simple down would certainly be the hope that, like, you could do that. Darnell Wright, number 58, gets out to the second level and just dumps that guy out of the play. And then, of course, 24 is the one who makes the hit. It's hilarious. It's hilarious seeing this because if Darnell Wright hammers this guy, like if Darnell Wright erases him from existence, Bayless may score. Like, Bayless gets up the gut here, beats the linebacker, and if that guy's out of the play, I wonder if Bayless like gets all the way up the field and we freak out. So there's something, but I'm never upset about a right tackle covering this much ground and keeping pace with Kari Blazingame, who, like you're saying, gets out. And Blazingame is just going to bury his man. Bury him. He's so much fun when they don't ask him to be a number one wide receiver. Here. Here it is from this side. Great gain. 1st and 10. Hopefully the pace is a little more amenable. Foreman snaps an arm tackle. Trudges upfield, baby. Like, trudges. This looks like... kind of looks like power. Like it's got some power elements to it. It kind of looks like vaguely GT-ish, but instead of GT, it's like G fullback. But it is a counter run. Foreman snaps that tackle, says, "Get off me, small man." And fights for those extra yards. How fun is he? Here's Komet and Darnell Wright going to war. CJ, I can envision that. I don't know what you sound like, but I can just envision somebody decked out in Bears gear just yelling, "More! Run the ball more! Run the ball more!" Who's that? Is that Kari? Yeah, Kari does a good job here, especially because he wheels around like that to go get 58. Second and 4. And of course, after a good run, it's customary in Bearstown to just take the guy out of the game. So I'm happy that Darrington Evans was able to pick this up, but it is awfully weird. Bears just catch a great look, to be honest with you. Like, it looks to me like it's just a zone run, right? Where the Bears get a blitz off of each side that ends up leaving this whole thing way more open than I think even the most excited of coaches would have expected it to be. Because the moment the Bears pitch this rock, I mean, the Vikings blitz plan immediately betrays them. You get Jenkins and Mercedes Lewis right out there up on their guys. And Darrington Evans is maybe not quite like off to the races, but he runs untouched for about 10 yards. Like, this is great. And it sure helps. Mercedes Lewis does a really good job along with Larry Borum of keeping Davenport out of the play. Like, Davenport basically takes a false step right here and engages Borum almost like he's trying to set the edge. But Komet does a good enough job of getting 44 out of the play that it doesn't really make a difference. He's able to get out. First and 10. We're going to take DJ Moore across the field, baby. Everybody reacts. Clear blitz look. So I'm curious what the Bears have in store. You almost hope it's just another run. And that's what it is. The worst part about the Bears getting away from the run game at any point, hope so too, MJ, was both these edges are coming for Justin Fields with violence on their minds, right? Like, these Vikings wanted to kill Fields, whatever that looked like. And it led to plays just like this one, where you can get some serious run game room. And this doesn't even include the fact that Darnell Mooney does not get nearly anything on his block. Like, Darnell Mooney's defender just gets straight into the play, but Foreman powers forwards for, yeah, you guessed it. Come on. Or that's not Foreman, is it? That's Evans. Man, Evans just rips forward. The Bears runners were churning after contact. Honestly, it's really fun. Like, let's give a shout out to Darnell Wright and Jatiri Carter, because you mentioned that Tevin moves mountains. But, like, look at this. Watch Darnell Wright versus, who's this, 91? 91. Like, boom. Drives him backwards and takes him out of the play after all. Darnell Wright is a physical beast and an absolute warrior in the ground game. Maybe one of my favorite parts about him. Like, his arms are long, his latch is strong, and so where a lot of people would have lost the rep, he gets his feet going again, hooks the man, and then just power drives him out with his shoulder. It would be holding if he held him, but he didn't hold him. He just drove him out of the play, which I think is awesome. Speaking of holding, Jatiri Carter, once again, Robert's favorite play in football. Hold. Just keep it legal. I don't know how he doesn't get called, to be honest with you. That's as plain a day as hold as I think you're going to find. And he complains about it after the play. But as he complains, Evans plows forward, gets the Bears to like the 8-yard line. And that's the thing. There's definitely new poster an attitude or like this part of his game that I would love to see him change, which is that when he initiates contact with his head and then just latches and hangs on. But I think there's a piece of that. It just comes from being a rookie and that he'll get a little bit more consistent as he goes. Oh, and is this Tev? Yeah, it's Tev. Why wouldn't it be Tevin Jenkins that runs over and he's the one who pushes the pile? Tevin Jenkins, of course, is the first one to jump in and say, hey, we're still going here. And just plow the runner forwards, right? So 1st and goal at the 7. What have we done? We've run the ball a lot, right? Now we're going to get a red zone look. No, you can't, Damo. Snap is low, but we catch this one. We get the handoff. We just don't win, which is fine. Like, it's a little more of a normal power run as we're going to pull Jatiri Carter across the formation. 90 wins against Cole Kmet. We make contact at the line of scrimmage and plow forward. We get 3 yards on 1st and 7, which is fine, right? And call it a hindsight is 2020 moment. But I think you knew, I knew that the Bears were totally going to pass the ball at this point, right? That eventually they were going to run that play action pass. And it would normally be fine. I'm a pass first person, but it doesn't work at all. And we lose up front, which does not help anything. And so we let the Vikings right back into the drive because they line up once again, in a 6-man blitz look. They, once again, bring 6-man blitz pressure. We would be better set for it, maybe, if this man right here didn't lose immediately. It's Darnell Wright. And I think that the Bears misidentify the pressure here, to be honest with you. Like, so let's talk about what happens. Darnell Wright gets asked to make if memory serves, a nearly impossible block. And he's trying to help Cole Kmet make an incredibly hard block. Like, new poster, it's funny you mentioned he doesn't know who he's blocking. Wright knows who he's blocking, but he looks like he's trying to help with Cole Kmet and chain it to 74. Whereas I would love to see Carter give 70 or 94 here a love tap, because it seems like the Bears. Let me watch it one more time. Sorry, everybody. The Bears have basically called a slide to the left. So they're going to go 1, 2, 3. He's got the linebacker, because you always pin these things around a potential linebacker option. For some reason, the Bears have left him the free rusher, and then they've got Cole Kmet taking him. They want Wright taking him, but maybe not. And then Foreman, if it comes to it, is going to take the guy on the edge. It comes to it. They bring nearly everybody. But if you watch Carter, in particular, 69, he's eyes up on the linebacker, and the linebacker doesn't come. So Darnell Wright is having to try to range over and make an incredibly difficult leverage block. And it's totally possible, new poster, just throwing it at you, that you may be totally right. Like, there is a chance that Darnell Wright has this block true, he has this block through and through. And it looks like Carter is vaguely trying to help here. But in my opinion, when I looked and saw it, and you got to remember, he's coming straight on, and Wright's trying to intercept him, and then Cole Kmet's trying to intercept him coming straight on. These are really hard blocks for these two. Really hard. And I'm not saying that as an excuse. It's more that the leverage on these is not easy. Darnell Wright obviously commits a lot of time and footwork and balance to trying to help his teammate Cole Kmet, but in so doing, he totally loses this block. And it's a bummer too, because Cole Kmet on the other side of the mesh would have been open, right? But hey, these plays happen. Good on Fields for getting the ball out. Seriously. The red zone is messy stuff in the NFL. It would have been awesome had this been open. Sometimes it is, and we might have been able to throw that. But the moment that we had to start looking back across the meshing action, this was toast. And part of that's because the offensive line is being forced to communicate. And they're not communicating super well. Maybe Nate Davis makes this work. That's totally possible, Drex. I would like to believe that. But it's more to point out that these heavy blitz looks that the Vikings so constantly used put a lot of pressure on a communication, and they put the offensive line in tough leverage situations. Again, maybe you feel like Wright made a mistake. Maybe you feel like it's Carter letting him down. Maybe you feel like it's just a good defensive call, where if the shoe was on the other foot, we'd say, daggum, Brian Flores, way to go. Don't we love it? Put that, or heat that quarterback up. Get him under pressure. We may. But the not picking up, what is this? Not picking up a 6-man blitz, to be honest with you, is vaguely normal. When you bring that kind of pressure, even when you protect with an awful lot, you're expecting them to get home at least a little, and they do, and it makes the defense work. And then on this play, so there's 2 parts to this story, and all of them are annoying, right? Bears don't get anything. Snap is fine, so we've got that going for us, right? But the Bears are running a semi-pick route. Are you talking about the bouncing case? They're going to have him right here. Darnell Mooney comes across the formation. Robert Tonyan is going to run an option route. I think it's an option route. Let's see. No, it's more like a whip. Like that. And Darnell Mooney, just to call a guy out, takes way too long to get to his spot. Let's watch 11, right? If 11's job is to cross the formation one way or another, we might be able to shave this if we feel that we've beaten the guy like we did. The moment you get him to here, you can envision that we can just go, right? I'm not a wide receiver coach. I don't know if that's a thing. But instead, Mooney keeps going, fakes him out, and the play is over. Does Darnell Wright dominate on this rep? No. We have our 1 rep a game where Darnell Wright totally gets hosed around the edge like that. But at least he's making his guy go the long way, like the true old school long way. Like you're saying, Michael, it's not a winner's rep by Darnell Wright, but you're hoping in the end zone that you don't need 3 seconds to separate. Here, let me see. Snap at this. Let me count how long it takes. That is about 3.5 seconds. This cannot take 3.5 seconds. It can't take 3.5 seconds. Right? Like, there's not a winning it's not a winning formula to ask your offensive tackle to protect for 3.5 seconds. So when you look at this, like, does Wright get bad? Yes, right? But also, Darnell Wright holds on for 1. Or hang on, yeah. So this is 1 second. This is 2 seconds. You could argue that's the pressure point. So that's like just under 2.5 seconds. Hey, it's a loss, but at least we lost with our dignity, right? And we didn't just get beat super duper clean. Now, there's another element to this that maybe you guys are noticing. Have you noticed it? Have you noticed it? Have you noticed it? So the Vikings line up in yet another one of these 6-man blitz looks. We're not going to take any advantage of this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We're going to have more run a clear out fade. Am I crazy? Am I the one who's on something? Like, am I the one who's acting like offense is easier than it is? 44 comes. Oh my gosh, snap it off. What are they going to do? Right? Like, for crying out loud, it is so open too. Like, you're telling me, I understand that this guy is frankly willing to drive on the slant. I don't care. Like, Aaron, do you know how many Allen Lazard, Devontae Adams slant touchdowns Aaron Rodgers threw against the Bears, let alone against anybody else? Like, look at all this space, for crying out loud. And the offense is trying to draw space, right? So, like, why can't this be easier? And then, if we want to throw to Mooney afterwards, he'd be right there for us. To where if we didn't like it, sure, he may technically bring his defender or whatever. But, like, it's just, I feel crazy watching this sometimes because we've got everything that we should want. Like, this is so easy, I think. Like, if I'm playing, it's the stupidest comparison. If I'm playing Madden, I have to check into something to use this because, like, you just let your guy win. I can guarantee you DJ Moore is better than this guy. We keep acting like he's not. That drives me nuts. DJ Moore hung 230 yards on Washington. Could have thrown more, for crying out loud. And Drex, I don't know if Fields does throw through these receivers, but that's not the point from an off or through these defenders. From this, like, from the space perspective, there's just too much space. You can even lollipop this ball a little bit. I've seen that done and have your guy just go catch it. And we've all watched it before. It looks so easy when they do. Insultingly easy, doesn't it? Where, like, they just throw a 2-ball, as it's called, and the guy just runs under it, snags the ball out of the air, shakes the defender off his back, and then starts celebrating. And then they go to the close-up shot. Like, what is it? This cameraman runs onto the field immediately. Like, this is, I'm not, like, I don't know, frustrated because at this point I'm so out on the coaching staff that I'm just waiting until they change things. And I'm the moderate person, and that's what I'm doing. But it feels to me like a waste. Like, let me be so plain. The moment that we've got a key 3rd and 4 in the red zone, and we go with Mooney, whatever's left of Robert Tonyan, and rookie Tyler Scott. Come on. What was the point of getting DJ Moore? Like, you're telling me that the primary targets on 2nd and 4 were Cole Kmet and Robert Tonyan, And then the primary targets on 3rd and 4 were Robert Tonyan, Darnell Mooney, and Tyler Scott. What was the point of number 2? Was it some vain attempt to draw coverage? Like, what's the point? What's the point? And it's so funny, Jordan, because like I love a lot of what this defense does. I love the aggression. I love the disguise. I love the dropouts. They should have been beaten. They should have been beaten here. Like, to me, if I'm Brian Flores, I would be looking on film and I would be like, how did we not check out of this? To be honest with you, like, this is such a dangerous amount of space to leave a guy that has 500 yards and I think it's 5 touchdowns up to this point. Like he's almost at 600 yards at this stage. He's cruising in the wide world of the NFL. And we just leave him there. What? And that's the thing, Jordan. It has to be that they didn't respect Fields. And in them not respecting Fields, I think that's damning. Like, maybe not for Fields specifically, but it's bleh. I'm not accounting for Martellus or for Metellus, like, 44 specifically. Like, man, KP, that's the thing, right? Like, I hate saying it, but I do think that there was frustration that we saw early in the season from the entire wide receiver room for a reason. And again, I'm not trying to make Wright out to be a better winner than he is on a play like this, but also that's the NFL's current sack leader in Daniil Hunter. He's good. And Jordan, I don't know that he does from a non-Fields quarterback, that is, purely because you could probably 2-ball over him. Like, you'd at least be very competitive with any inside route. But that's just my 2 cents. Like you're saying, John, I feel like I've seen too many quarterbacks make it against the Bears too many times. Then this happens. This would shock me too, right? Where Mooney holds. Thank you, Mooney. And then just the scariest ball pop that I don't know about you guys, but I was like, oh man, it's really going to be that kind of game, isn't it? But no, we fell in it. Ridiculous, Jordan. Bunnery, hello. How you doing? Second and 16. Looks to me like a zone look that could easily turn into a blitz, and it's going to with Harrison Smith. Just diving on this one. Is this the play I think it is? No. It's the DPI. Lol. Khalid, it's a little too early, but that's mostly because I've done no research on the top guys, gotta be honest. This is a solid play. I mean, sure, it doesn't really matter. To call, like, spot corner cool is to be kind of sad people, but we're at the point where spot corner's pretty cool, right? Guy gets all over the defender's back, or the defender gets all over Trent Taylor's back, but I don't have a whole lot of sympathy. I don't know. It should be a foul, but it's within 5 yards. I just don't have the emotion to be like, the ref screwed us on a gain so small, but you also can't be chasing. It happens. 3rd and 16. The Vikings do a nice little drop out here. Fields is going to run for it. Maybe he could have checked it down to Cole Kmet. Let me see what happens. It's dagger. They love running dagger, and Mooney runs into the guy. So we're going to have Scott up there. Mooney's going to break in, right? It's another route that takes way too long to resolve. Honestly, if we don't hit this man or we break it off any sooner because it's the landmark, we don't have an issue. But kudos to the Vikings defense. They placed the man there on purpose, like, because they're rolling what looks like from... Does Smith stick up? I bet he does. Yeah, they basically build a little zone fence on the intermediate. Honestly, Khalid, it's not like they know it's dagger. It's more like what they're doing is dropping out of a too high look. So they're presenting what looks like it could very easily, schematically speaking, be Tampa 2 or some variety of Tampa 2 if you went bang, 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 bang. And then they're going to drop into a similar but not at all the same look that is going to bring most of the DBs to the first down line. So it's not that they literally know it's dagger, but you break in at the sticks and a defender's just sitting there. That's all it is. Like you're saying, it's inverted two, like two invert is what I've seen it called a lot. But it's more this idea that instead of building a little fence of zones along the 6-yard line and leaving your thing wide, or like leaving the backside wide open, kudos to the Vikings for calling just a sensible, normal zone. A sensible, normal zone that builds all of your defenders onto the sticks or near the sticks at different levels. There's just not a ton of space here. Like, the best you're going to get is probably a check down to Cole Kmet, and then they're all going to charge you, and you're still not going to get it. Like, that's the NFL normal play. But Fields running it is fine. John, I do think that you're probably being too hard on Fields if you think that anything with Scott is open. Nothing's really here. If I was going to say anything's open, maybe. Nah, you really can't layer a throw into DJ Moore either. 25 does a really good job. Fields going to jet. He is going to get down. It's 3rd and 16. They're not impossible to pick up, but they're not easy. Kudos to Devin Jenkins because I like him. Way to just hold the dude up. Fields gets on the move. We have 3 points in the game so far. Rip. I don't think they would have tried, John. I really don't. I think it can be easy to over-obsess. Here we get a good one. A really good one. Like, Bears go max protect, and they get enough. Again, we're going to see Hunter beat right on the edge. But Mooney gets a ton of open space against a Vikings blitz that leaves 4 guys low. And then, boom, Mooney's wide open. Fields layers the throw. Good job. Mooney stays on his feet for much longer than I think we expected it to. And boom, we love the game, right? When the ball comes out even vaguely on time. This is what I think is so funny about an offensive tackle this long. Case, stay for just a couple more because we got a bunch of interesting ones comes up. But so watch Wright lose, but keep this play alive long enough to even hit an intermediate shot without any pressure, right? Like, it's not that Wright does this amazing job here. His footwork is frankly pretty sloppy, like that, or the gate swings wide open, as it's called. Woo, how you doing? But because he's so long, Danielle Hunter has to work hard to try to step around him, can't quite turn the corner on him, and then at the time of the throw, I mean, he doesn't even pressure Justin, and boom, we've got ourselves a beautiful little completion. Tackle play is way more complicated than just stonewalling your dude left and right, which I think is hilarious, just because you can lose incredibly ungracefully and still win the rep, in a sense, where as a coach, I'm not looking at Darnell Wright thinking, damn, killer rep, kid, you dominated him. But you're also seeing Wright keep him off the quarterback, complete the assigned objective, right? Let me see. Run play. We're going to just skim through a couple of these because I want to get to the pick. 2nd and 9. Oh, this one hurts. So Fields misreads the coverage, or he doesn't hang on to it long enough. It's totally your call for what it is. Fields sees this, I think he thinks that the Vikings are dropping to cover 3. because the first couple steps are the DB coming in here, right? As the play progresses, it's actually a rotation into cover or Tampa 2. Depends on what you think 56 is doing here. With the problem being that leaves DJ super duper duper open. Super duper 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 open. DJ Moore, and he's the first guy we look at. He is just wide open as this play progresses. It's a little strange to me that Fields doesn't see. Look at him. Like, Fields sees this defensive back with his hips in, and he's not looking behind him. DJ is free. He's free ski. He is home free. Like, set our feet, launch. But Fields rolls out. There's just nothing there. Like, if he rolls out, he thinks about throwing to Tyler Scott, but he's not going to make that throw. Like, because that would be rolling to his left. That would be legitimately difficult. Steps back up. DJ Moore is mailboxing us because he is still free ski. I mean, you're probably not making a Superman throw like at this stage. It would have been crazy if you did, but doesn't that just hurt to watch? Like, and then we end up getting the ball to our check down. He gets a couple yards, so it's not a total wash. But what doesn't help anything, and this doesn't help anything. Like, so let me see. One thing that certainly doesn't help is that 97 gets through Tevin Jenkins very quickly. So maybe when Justin pushes his eyes to the center, he sees 97 coming for him and thinks he's toast. That's possible too, right? In fact, you could argue that that's super sensible. Kudos to Tevin. Tevin recovers and drills the guy and gets him out of there. And I'm with you, Brandon, where based on the coverage roll, even that roll to Tampa 2, it shouldn't be open. But in the world of play some football, we can always be frustrated that a well enough protected pocket turns into, I mean, the whole rationale. I hate saying this, but it's kind of the way it is, right? If we're going to stay out of this entire box, if none of these are cool, then we have to be willing to take some chance throws down the sidelines. I mean, you could even argue that the moment that Fields sees this happen, where he just drifts a little bit, in theory, if Fields was playing to his own strengths, he just steps in and rips this and says, what's going to happen? Is it going to get tipped away? Whatever. Maybe, maybe my guy goes up and gets it anyways, right? But instead, we don't take the chance. The ball doesn't get thrown at all. We roll from certainly what looked like it was a scary. We saw it, right? But we roll away from a little bit of pressure. The play takes long enough that we get real pressure from him, and then we just got to freestyle. Find something. Doesn't work. Because that's the thing, Case. I'm with you. If you can dot this down the sidelines, it almost doesn't matter if the guy gets there or not. Just throw it. See what happens. Let your guy go make a play. I feel like Justin did that 2 years ago, last year. Like, we saw Marquise Goodwin get chances down the sidelines, but now feels like we just don't throw anything. Like, 3rd and 7, the Bears run it. Everybody on Twitter gets angry, but I almost understand it. The Vikings offense had been shooting themselves in the foot the entire day. Like, is this a wuss call? Absolutely. Absolutely. But is it a horrible call? Well, the Bears are thinking, what if these guys drop out? Then maybe we pick up a free first down. But worst case scenario, we just hand the ball off. We try, pick up some yards, kick from here, tie the game. Conservative as all hell. But the Vikings offense had done nothing to inspire, right? And then, if you remember, it's 6-6 and the Bears get the ball back. Now, how do they get the ball back? I'm going to have to just snap find the play because I want everybody to try to live in the moment as much as they can. But let me see. It's right around here. Is it this? No. The Bears defense was riding off of emotion. They were stoked. Here it is. I thought this was badass. Like TJ Edwards had that blitz that we highlighted at the one of the first plays of the game against Washington, where he just batters through a running back. Here, he smokes Alexander Madison, who did not do near as good a job as Antonio Gibson. Gets around, affects the throw, ball up in the air. Tremaine Edmonds comes down with it. Bears have the ball. Like, I mean, this was your rally moment, right? And I want to show it from every angle I can because you want to talk about being a jackhammer of a blitzer. Like, this is so sick. That's awesome. Like, look at this again. Like, head down, get off of me, affect the quarterback. Like, oh my gosh. Let's see it from the other angle. You almost feel bad for Matty for crying out loud. Like, comes across. He does not have a strong angle at it. Boom. Rejected. And they gave him a sweet lane too. Boom. Hand on the ball. Ball up. Diving play. Tremaine with the hands. Pick. Bears have the ball back. Bears are about to take command of the game, right? Command of the game. Let's see what happens. First play. QB run. The Bears blow it. I don't have a strong explanation here because Borum is just going to pass on this guy and Jenkins is going to head up to him and they just kind of leave 98 there, right? Like, maybe somebody in the chat can explain this, but somebody looks to me like they just flat missed an assignment because I do not imagine that 98 on a play like this is supposed to be unblocked, for crying out loud, especially with Jenkins and Mooney heading up to go block the same guy. I imagine this was Jenkins coming off of IR, not getting to his spot. It's totally just a vibe that I have, but 98 blows up the play. Fields does actually a pretty good job to get some yardage back. Like, he gets up to the 1 or a 1 yard gain if memory serves. But these design quarterback runs, they are not working for us. Next up, screen to Cole Kmet that I was about to get kind of mad about, to be honest with you. We don't know Michael Dodson. But so more on it's Dragon. And I always get faked out when I'm watching these screens because I sit there and forget that it's a screen. And so I'm like, why aren't we throwing this? And then we throw back to Cole Kmet. Boom. First down. Bears are cooking. O-linemen are never good in space, I swear. How Jenkins fans on this block, it's just a matter of athleticism and poundage that it's hard to cut when you're that huge. But you always sit there wondering, what would that have been if we got one more block, right? Can to something. We are going to throw on first down, and we throw a pick. Now, it's your call on what you think should have happened here. The Bears run a double move. Where do you think Fields is trying to throw the ball? On Scott, you tell me. Because it's a double move, and Moore wins it. So a better throw, we might just throw a touchdown, right? Bang. But also, and this is before we get into this is before we get into the protection stuff. Trent Taylor also runs the slowest whip route I've seen in a while, but he is wholly holy smokes open, right? I think he was going to more, Sean. But the part that sucks, if you ask me, is that the Bears actually get what they want from a protection standpoint. It looks to me like the Bears called a 4-man slide to the left, right? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the defensive alignment. So it's a 6-on-6, or if you include the 7 right here, they've got, and you include the linebacker, that's pretty common. So you're going to probably have, if I just had to guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they want right on the edge. So it's a 4-man slide for a reason. It's because counting, the way slides basically work is you pick an end that you're going to count towards. This is where we're sliding, right? And so we're getting there, John. That comes later. Like, I promise it's in there. But so with a 4-man slide to the left, we are going to take the first 4 offensive linemen, and we are going to work from here. Cole Kmet gets the outermost guy. Borum gets the next guy. Jenkins gets the next guy. The center, Cody Whitehair, he's going to get this linebacker. Jatyree Carter is going to take this next guy. As far as this group is concerned, these 2 guys do not exist. They do not matter. Like, the whole goal of slide protections is that you focus on who you're focusing on, right? And so then that leaves a 2-on-1. We've got the back, we've got Darnell Wright with Daniil Hunter and the nickelback, right? And at least it seems like the Bears were working with a 4-man slide the entire game because they wanted Darnell Wright on the edge. This was one of, Jordan, to your point, this was one of the first times all season that the Bears, or not, I don't know about all season. It's not like I've watched that much Vikings tape, but all game at least, that the Vikings hadn't lined Daniil Hunter out on the edge. Normally, they would put a linebacker inside of Daniil Hunter in some form or fashion, and then that guy might drop out of the protection. Because you got to remember, if 97, I'm just going to pick some random guys, if 97, 99, and this backer all drop into coverage, yeah, that means, what is it? What would this be? The back, the center, like the back, Carter and Jenkins would do nothing, right? They'd stand there and they'd help somebody else out. You've seen it a million times, right? But why this mattered is because when Wright on this 4-man slide does his job and defends the edge, this leaves Daniil Hunter one-on-one with Deonta Foreman. This is a good blitz. Like, you have to tip your cap to really good defensive scheme because this is a good blitz. Like, it gets the Vikings, oh my gosh, exactly the matchup they want. Oh my gosh, exactly the matchup that they want. And I mean, can you imagine how excited he was to see this play as it progressed? Now, if you want my opinion, Fields backs up and then he tries to throw. We got to get this ball out. If I'm Fields, the moment that I see this is coming, the number one concern is we have to throw this ball. We got to give up on the double move. Basically, we don't have the time. Like, if you think Deonta Foreman is about to stick Daniil Hunter, I will applaud your faith, Justin Fields. But like, we can throw this now. He's not even looking at the ball, and I get that. We can loft the ball out there. There are plenty of throws that we can make. We can full retreat. Caleb Williams takes 3 steps in a back pedal right now, for better or for worse. Like, especially because Trent Taylor is right about to be looking for the ball. But we don't. We hang on the double move. I mean, that's the thing, John. I don't even think Foreman makes a horrible block. It's not great. That's for sure. But this is Daniil Hunter. Like, he's got poundage on our running back, let alone he's good. Like, they got us. They got us. We just can't make it worse, right? And especially since it's 3rd and 7. Like, Brandon, if you're still in here, I'm curious what you think. Like, we just don't have time to see this come open. Frankly, if you want to throw this, you can, I guess. You just have to throw it now. And you have to throw it with some serious anticipation. I would have expected, like, Justin Herbert to check it down. And you still would have gotten a sick whip route out of it. And for all we know, given the way that this corner is diving in on this, like the whip route would have gotten plenty of yardage. At least it seems that way. Because Trent comes out, and if we're already throwing the ball, maybe we get it out. Maybe it's just a pitiful, like, putter incompletion that falls right here or something. But I'll tell you what, it's not. That keeps the game tied. Bears get their biggest defensive play, maybe of the season. And it results in an interception the other way that becomes 6 points when they drive down the field. I'm not going to call it backbreaking, but man, this sucks. Like, maybe just forget the pump fake at the very least. And I mean, being married to DJ Moore, I don't hate it. I really don't. Like, they got us. Can't emphasize it enough. Like, and also, I imagine Flus chewed somebody out after this because the offensive line went from at least we can get our calls mostly right to abysmal after this. Whatever the plan was, they tried to rethink it in the middle of the game, and it did not work. Like, and so, let's see. It just happens a lot at this point. And I get it. It sounds like we're being really hard on Justin. But like, it's not like as simple as this is what he does. Because Michael, I had a feeling that may come up. But it feels as if this happens I'm trying to think of better words for this. I think you could have seen it from a mile away, Michael, that against a heavy blitz team, Justin Fields was going to struggle just based on the way that he tends to play football. His answer is always holding onto the ball a tick longer than he should. And if his team isn't perfect around him, instead of getting big plays, you not only take a bunch of sacks, but you lose key downs too. Like, that bums me out. So the Bears try to get back into the run game. I need to speed through a couple of these because we're almost at the point where Justin Fields is done in the game, unfortunately. And we get this play. There's an aspect of, this is a good enough run. With some of the runs, I want to know, did you see it or not? But we start to end up in this jam because the Vikings are pressing us at this point. How you doing, Michael? Like, the Vikings are pressing us. Look at this. Look at what Ja'Tyre Carter, and this is Carter, right? This is a mid-game sub, has to deal with. Based on the protection call and the way the Bears have it, he's going to check 97 before realizing 33's coming. Like, and it's funny you say that, Case. Like, kudos to Foreman. Foreman deserves a check plus for this. This is just called an aborted fake, right? Where Foreman would have gone through with the fake, but Foreman realizes, oh shoot, they're coming. And so he gets out here to protect because he has to. He doesn't have time to go through with the play action fake. He needs to be there to make a block. And it's the only reason the play is honestly successful. Like, it's basic stuff. But sometimes you see people not abort the fake, and it can be a real problem, right? But so within that, kudos to the way the Bears are basically at this point trying to solve all of their problems with what if we used more blockers, right? And I want you to watch Tyler Scott and DJ Moore just on a stupid go. Like, I would believe it. Let's see. Yeah, it's basically huge dagger is the way that this play works. Do we see how now that we have committed every single passing resource available to blocking, like, we can't get anybody open. There's just not enough routes. There's not enough space. Like, you could even argue that if Fields stays in some kind of really comfy pocket, that maybe Tyler Scott kind of is open. But it's hard. Like, Brian Flores and this team are really good at this. They're really good at this. Look at the timing off the snap. Like, look at this. Bang. We're moving. Whole team coming with force. You can tell when a team has practiced blitzing and when a team is just blitzing. Like, I bet you, I was talking with Brandon about this. I bet you the Bears scout team couldn't simulate any of this, because it's one thing to line up and try to run a similar 6-man blitz. It's another to have the timing that these guys have where they are coming and 97 is getting this way because he knows that 33 is going to draw to Tyree Carter's eyes, and that means he is moving. And when he moves, then he forces this block, and then this guy's going to peel back, and everybody's just going to spill this way, right? Like a train. I mean, they are just all working leverage. Seriously. And Brandon, do you mean like not working hard count and stopping blitzes that way? Compared to making clear, or like making sure, I guess, per se, that the defenders get to time up the snap count? Because I hadn't thought about that at all. And if that's the kind of stuff that coaches think of, man, they look comfortable. Like, blitzing teams look really comfortable against Fields. And Michael, I'm totally with you that the Jets got pressure on Hurts last week and Mahomes early in the season. And you're absolutely right about all that. But if memory serves, Mahomes scored 23 points and won. And Hurts looked terrible. I'm not about to defend Hurts in that game. Like, the Jets got everything that they wanted and more, and the Eagles did not seem like they were able to adjust. But at this point, the Bears have 6 points. Like, and they didn't look like they were tracking for any more, to be honest. So, John, for what it's worth, the quarterback doesn't know that we're aborting the fake in that case. Like, he doesn't know. So he's got to go through his fake. But the goal is to draw up these linebackers, because you're hoping, I mean, he's not a linebacker, but he's in a linebacking position. Like, you're trying to pull them into some run gaps so that you can run Tyler Scott behind him. The problem is we have done none of this successfully throughout the entirety of the season. Now, kudos for Fields for getting out. Honestly, kudos. Like, sure. We picked up, what, a first down? We love first downs. First downs are great, right? And then, is this it? No, it comes on third down. Now, you tell me, could Fields have? I don't think so. Watching this, Vikings are just going to keep bringing blitzes. Like, the Vikings have basically got the Bears in a washing machine where they're just going to keep bringing these 5 to 6 man blitzes. They're going to keep the entirety, everything that the Bears have, focused on pass protection, and they're going to make sure that the Bears basically never get a throw off and they get their way. I mean, DJ Moore comes open like late, and if Fields was Caleb Williams, maybe he snaps a throw off to the intermediate point of the field, and Moore goes and gets that. And I only say that name because I have seen Caleb do it, where he runs and then he just whips his arm back and just like, and basically finds a guy in space. But we're not there. Fields has a ton of running room, and Danielle Hunter catches him. And this play drove me crazy because Danielle Hunter gets a legal opportunity to hit Fields with a WWE shot and drive him into the hard part of the sidelines. That is literally harder ground, especially when it gets cold. But it's not that cold in Chicago, I don't think. But like, there's something to be said about, when did Fields start losing this race to the edge? Because I remember Fields winning this race whenever he wanted to, and then just hopping out of bounds around here. But also, like, I'm not saying that he should definitely be throwing the ball away, but like, you give up free hits, you're going to get hurt eventually. And that's not meant to be foreboding. I thought it at the time, where I was like, oh my gosh, what are we doing taking this hit? Not to mention, I'll leave you to ask if there is a pocket here. Now, Foreman's not exactly been super great blocking throughout this game, but it is worth wondering. It is worth wondering whether Fields could hit this point, slide into this part of the pocket, and survive to hit a throw to DJ Moore. I'll let you wonder. I'm not trying to abuse the power of the clicker, but that is a hard hit. Like, this is a dunking that nobody wants their quarterback taking. It is head into the ground. And Lucas Patrick is certainly upset about it, as seems to be Luke Getsy and others. But that's a hard hit. And it's partially coming off of the fact that we don't seem to have a or an anti-blitz solution that isn't just throw or that isn't protect with more. Do we all see this? That bothers me. Like, as somebody who is still in love with West Coast football, like the fact that all of our anti-blitz answers are, well, what if we just protected with more dudes, right? Like, I don't know how you would work this. Maybe you could try to take where Foreman is, pull a receiver across the formation, have him go orbit at snap, like right there, and then throw a swing screen to him or something as the blitzer like dives into the backfield. That's on the table. Put something on the table, for crying out loud. Like Case is saying, you can sift block. You could do more, can't you? Than just like, only what if we just blocked with more guys? Right? Like, we are making this so easy. We are making, whether that's Fields, whether that's the offensive line, whether that's Luke Getsy over there on the sidelines, this team is making Brian Flores look like a god. Like, I mean, he's making it look like 6-man blitzes will just shut everything down. Like, the whole offense cannot operate so long as we just throw 6 guys at Chicago. It's not wrong either. It's totally working. And I mean, for crying out loud, they knocked the quarterback out of the game. Like, with this game plan, it just feels to me pretty embarrassing, to be honest. Like, the Bears, because Michael, you were talking about like how plenty of quarterbacks don't look good under pressure. Nobody really looks good under pressure, and I don't want to pretend that they do, but it is wild to me watching how poor the Bears and Fields are under the slightest semblance of pressure. I have to just kind of skip like talking through this one. I guess you could say that this is kind of on everybody on the left side of the line. Borum, Jenkins, and Whitehair don't get great reads on their guy. Like, Whitehair's beat, Borum's beat, Jenkins doesn't get there, tackle, 3rd and 7. And then here's it. We're about to cover the last play of Fields' game. Maybe the last play Fields has as a Bear. Let's see. Not looking for a response on this because we moved on, but Pat had 2 picks against the Jets, then got bailed out on another with a bogus holding call on Sauce. Another was dropped, should have had 4. Totally with you, Michael. Like, I really am. It's more the way that these quarterbacks and offenses go about trying to find answers, especially when you got to remember you're comparing a Jets defense and a Jets defense. So I hate being this guy because it sounds like I'm being really specific. The Vikings defense is not the Jets defense. Like, Quentin Williams, a stable of edge rushers that would all start for Chicago. Like, you could argue that the Jets' 3rd, 4th, and 5th edge rusher would all be better than the Bears' 1st best edge rusher. And I'll let you pick who that is, for crying out loud. The Jets are a really good defense, whereas the Vikings are honestly a pretty average defense that is like maybe worse from a talent perspective, but they're just blitzing a lot, and that's winning. God forbid the Bears play Dallas or somebody like that. And I hear you, Michael, but it cuts both ways, because the Chiefs are going to keep calling things like they have that offensive line, and everybody's going to get pressured. But what I feel like the rules change a little when you go up against one of those defenses, and then they go out and they win you games anyways. Like, Matthew, it depends on which thing you look at, because the Vikings defense is not that great, but EPA per play, they've actually been pretty strong. Anyways, so let's look at the play. The Vikings have stopped lining up in anything that isn't a potential 6-man blitz look. In this case, it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-man blitz look, right? It's 3rd and 7, so we're trying to get to roughly the 40. It's not perfect, but it's like there-ish, right? Now, this one, I'm just going to warn everybody. This one's going to sting. They bring another guy up, right? We're looking at what could very well be a man look or something like that. The guy I really want you to watch is Darnell Mooney. He's going to streak down the field. And I mean, when I tell you, because the Vikings are going to drop out, they're going to drop out into Tampa. Would you believe it? Like, this is badass, okay? Because they are going to go from what looks like cover 0, engage 8, right? We've watched the whole game up to this point. They're going to go from cover 0 and gauge 8. Boom. Bang. This is Tampa 2. And here's the problem. Where do you throw against Tampa 2? You throw right here. Where do we have Mooney running? Right there. How's the protection? It's awesome. Is it open? Oh, yes. Is Fields looking at him? Absolutely. Do we throw it? No, we don't. We roll. We don't find anything. We take a hit. We're hurt. Might be done for the year. Fields' career in Chicago may end on a play where he had a guy open, turned it down, and took an unnecessary hit, and the season is over. Like, it's the most brutal way for it to end. And the worst part is, it's the same thing we saw in the preseason. Do we remember this? And I can't believe I have this game pulled, but I do, because I kept everything in the same daggone file. Where if we won't have to look that hard. I think, is it third down? Basically the same play. Like at this point, where Fields is leaving a pocket against a Tampa 2 Buffalo look, where Mooney is running into wide open space. And we turned that down at this point. And instead, I can't remember if we took a hit or not. No, we get it out of bounds at the very least. But you can say we knew we had to throw this. Like, that this is a look that we just have to be throwing. But hey, it's the preseason. What if it's going to work out? Like, or what if he fixes it, right? And then later, to me, what's frustrating is that the Bears get the exact look they want. Like, there is tons of stuff where we can look and we can say, well, that's the offensive line screwing up. Well, that's the running back. Well, the wide receiver does a terrible job. And we've done a lot of that, as we should have, right? I hope not, Fuzz. I think it's strep, to be honest with you. But here, we got the look we want. We got a throw that we believe Justin can hit. What did we bring Justin in to do? You know what? To use, I can't remember who called it the box of sadness, but the box I keep drawing, if we throw over it, maybe we can survive, but we don't. And that to me is so sad. Like, I don't want to belabor the point because it's not about that. Like, could he have, I don't know, magically Josh Allened his way back to Tyler Scott? I'm not asking him to be honest. Like, we had our first read open. We're a deep ball quarterback. We have a clean ass pocket. Sorry. We have our favorite receiver. Like, what happened to the Mooney connection? Where'd it go? Like, isn't this our dude? Like, don't we love him? I even have this thing stopped relatively late. But man, if you throw this thing high arc and middle of the field, these guys are not getting there. Like, all you got to do is hit him in stride. Like, but we don't. Breaks my heart. That's for sure. Of course it's a tough throw. Of course it's a tough throw. Anything that deep, Brandon, is always not going to be easy. But I just can't help thinking that if you keep that thing middle, and you drive it down the field, especially if you throw it on a rope, you could get it there, can't you? Like, or are you saying that basically you'd have to be one of those like Mahomes, Allen, Herbert guys, that it's not easy, but it at the very least is like a very difficult throw. Honestly, Brandon, I think I would have lived with an interception. I think a lot of Bears fans might have lived with an interception because the beauty of a throw like that. So now I'm just pushing back on you, but like if you throw this ball right here and you loft this thing and Mooney catches it, touchdown. If Fields throws it and over the top delivery, Fields throws gets picked, but at least he'd get picked well past the 20. You could call it an arm punt if you wanted to. Like, where if you, and plus, I tend to think that the way that the Bears, like, yeah, it's third down. You got to remember that. Where, like, we should be throwing this, I think. At least I don't see why we aren't. And you do want this thing on a rope. And I can think of 2 quarterbacks at the top of the draft that would put this on a rope. And I'm not even specifically talking about Williams here. Drake May would rip this thing. Like, that's his whole bread and butter. If you like throws on a rope, that's Drake May for you. But I'm shocked that it doesn't get thrown. That's all. Like, and so let me see. John, you asked earlier, like, do I have any faith in Fields? And I've been literally just putting that question off until this point. For me, the problem that I have as an analyst is that I had a feeling this would happen. You guys, so many people watched me like pitter patter through a Washington game where I sounded almost bummed about the way that things were, or the way that that Fields was playing. I was so worried about what would happen when a defense got the Bears off of plan A. Like, they did. Like, what is it? Brian Flores got the Bears off of plan A. And in case we forgot, Fields finished with 48, I think, net passing yards. And that Mooney catch was 39 passing yards. So we finished with 9 passing yards net off of about 12 plays, which I understand the whole, like, okay, come on, what are we doing getting rid of the biggest one thing? But, like, you feel me? We got some runs for sure, but it's a bad game. Like, from a schematic perspective, if I was wearing a purple shirt talking about the Vikings, I would say, man, Phil's made this easy for us, and that bums me out, right? And I hear you, O'Shea, but Fields didn't throw that ball. At least I didn't see it at Ohio State. You're about to call me crazy, but he didn't throw it like with 2 safeties rolling back. He threw it in man-on-man situations or with 1 safety going back. But also, heck, he was more. At least it seems like he was more confident as a college kid. We'll see. Like, I do think though that Fields and Mitch have made people feel as if there's no way for a rookie to develop, and that's just not the case. It's at least it's not the case forever. The Bears put Fields through the ringer. You got to remember, the Bears took Fields on and asked him to play as a rookie behind a team that was terrible. Then they got worse. Then they got better finally. And it doesn't seem like it was enough. Now you can hand functionally the same team. In fact, it should be a year better. Guys like Darnell Wright, like guys like him, maybe if he's there. And then Nate Davis, may he rest on the IR or wherever he's going. Like, you've got, and then there's Braxton. I can't write BJ on the screen. I just can't do it. But, like, you've got 5 decent linemen, and then you're going to sign at least 1 and draft at least 1 because it would be crazy not to. And then you've got a solid little offensive line for a rookie throwing to DJ Moore and Marvin Harrison Jr. And Michael, say what you will, Carter looked great today. Like, he looked pretty bad earlier, but he's a second-year player that went up against Vita Vea and a bunch of other, like, really, really good players. We're just looking for him to be IOL 7. Like, and I'm with you, John. Like, it's this whole not marrying your coach and your quarterback thing that drives me crazy when it comes to Fields and the story there. So then let's go through. I really don't want to spend too much time on Bagent because it's so funny watching Bagent because he has the same problem we talked about at the top of the show. I'll repeat it one more time. His footwork looks like a literal scared rookie, like where he's fading away from everything, but at least he can place the ball, and he does here. Like, it's just basic curl flat. He feels good about the flat, so he lets it fly, picks up 7 yards. Boom. John, unless they win a bunch of games with Bagent, no way he comes back. But I sure hope not. I don't know what I would do with myself if he comes back, just because I don't think anything changes for the better without wholesale change on both sides of the ball. Like, did we all see the play calling thing? Like, somebody did an analysis and somehow tracked EPA related to the play callers, Luke Getsy and Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus was like 19, or not Matt Eberflus. Luke Getsy was like 19th in the league. Matt Eberflus is the worst defensive coach in ball. Worse than the Broncos. So I don't know how that happened. But I do, because they've been terrible. Second down, I think it's just a run. And remember how I said that offensive line communication got kind of futzy earlier? And that's the thing, Michael. We're mostly on the same like page. I'm looking at Carter as you need decent offensive line depth, not just defensive offensive line or decent offensive line. Let's see. Oh yeah, Spectre. Absolutely. What John, what did he use? What is the principal component analysis? Like, because I think that's hilarious. So for some reason, I don't know how it happened, but the Bears miscommunicate, right? And they're going to have Darrington Evans, who just made the practice squad, right? He's going to come out to kick the edge. The edge is blocked. So is Tevin Jenkins' man. And we're watching the linebacker. Like, Carter's watching this linebacker who does not come. Meaning, for some reason, we just allow 97 to walk straight on to Bagent. Say what you will. Fields can deal with this. Like, and I'm not about to make any more excuses than I need to. The Bears just didn't allow a straight up free rusher to also get unblocked. Like, Bagent dodges him. As he does, Larry Borum, I again need to change my language. I am not kidding. Larry Borum just blows a tire and falls over. There's not really another explanation. He just loses his feet. Evans doesn't help us at all. Bagent keeps his eyes downfield and sees Darnell Mooney hilariously open. Tries to throw it to him and gives up the strip sack. Would he have gotten it there? I don't know. Right? But this might be the worst offensive line rep of the season. Just talking it out. And that's more me, especially because it starts with a god-awful snap. So Bagent has to one-hand the snap, go through the play action. Everybody gets lost. And he dodges one rusher, gets beat by the second one. Rookie moment of rookie moments. Terrible offensive line play. We got to be more responsible with the football, but we're a UDFA rookie. Bryce Young has given up a sack fumble. Like, Justin Fields certainly gave up quite a few sack fumbles in his rookie time. This is what happens, right? And this view of Borum is hilarious. I'm not bothered, right? At the very, it's a UDFA rookie. You're expecting problems just like this, honestly. Turf Monster gets Borum. Kmet's blocking Hunter purely because Hunter is the furthest guy out on a package like this. I don't know, Eric. That's why I'm glad somebody else did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it seriously 7 guys? So it's 7 threats, and Kmet's blocking him because Wright is therefore assigned to 90. The OL communication is pretty awful. And speaking of, man, I love this. It's so simple, but like, hands engage. Swipe them off. Hands engage. You ain't going nowhere. Wright's got them arms. Man, Darrington Evans had the opportunity. He had it to be a hero. Instead, all he did was take a fumble recovery away from 44. Let me see. Where is this? Is it over here? Yeah, the snap's right there. Great. Pop, pop, pop. Watching Bagent's feet real time is a little sad as far as how it compares to Justin Fields. Look, I don't think Bagent's a superstar, but like I said a bunch of times, I think Bagent at least gets you a slightly decent look at like a normal NFL quarterback, so to speak, like a Cooper Rush. What if Cooper Rush was on our team? It would probably look something like this. Ba-dup. Found it. No. Sack fumble. Rip us. What's the design of the play? Well, that's the thing. I'm not about to say that Cooper Rush is like the guy. Lorenzo. He's a backup. But the Cowboys fans sure like him. You can win games with him. That's sort of the goal of your cheap backup quarterback. And it would be a hell of a home run if the Bears found that in a Shepherd D2 UDFA. That remains to be seen, though. I want to see if there's literally any other plays to talk about. Bears go run. Second down, they run it again. Honestly, Spectre, I think I am too. Here's the duck. I'll just give you a look at it. Long run down the field. These two guys just get mugged. Like, it looks like a man look. I did, John. Honestly, Lenny, probably worse than an average quarterback, but that's not me being hateful. 7 locks Mooney up. If I was cheering for the other jersey, like, oh, he gets him. And then, of course, Kmet can't win man-to-man either. But so then Bagent launches it. We can barely push the ball, like, down the field. Happens. Boom. It's so funny, John, that you talk about that because sometimes Bagent's footwork was nasty, and other times, boom, pop, 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 bang. I did see how much Bagent hops rather than slides around, but honestly, if I was Tyson Bagent, I would have just been lowercase t terrified getting involved in the game, like, at all. Someone else, it's just the team I'm dealing with. One of these days I'll hit it big. One of these days the Bears will hit it big. But I can guarantee you someone else. When I started in 2018, I did not anticipate that I would be talking about 4 catastrophically bad seasons in a row. 5. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and now 2023. I did not expect that I was going to be talking about this many bad ones. Trestman or Eberflus? I go with Trestman. At least we're going to get fun offense. With Eberflus, it's all bad. And I mean, the defense may actually come together a little bit now. Also, this sure looks like an RSO to me, like a run screen option, where if Bagent likes the one-on-one outside, he can take it. I don't know why on 2nd and 1 we are throwing the run screen option. Easy to second guess, but it sure doesn't help anything that Mooney totally blocks the wrong guy. Like, Mooney's got to be taking him out at this point, and then Moore's got to come in for this ball a little bit. Well, that'd be a little more tunnel screeny, but Moore. Moore just getting lit up immediately is so backup quarterback. Oh, I can't stand Trustman either. I just can't stand Eberflus. Look at Bagent's body language after the hit. Come on, man. You supposed to... Whatever. That's hilarious. Imagine the sass. Come on. Go forward. Kidding me. And then on 3rd and 3, I think it's a batted ball. Pop. Fourth and 3, Bagent runs stick wrong. I think he thinks that he sees the drop and he thinks that they're dropping into like a into like a cover 2, and for some reason he takes the alert to Scott. Just stick with Mooney and Moore. That's fine. Like Mooney's right there. Mooney ain't got nobody on him. And if you do think Mooney's got somebody on him and you don't want to throw there, that's fine. Just throw it to DJ. DJ's right there, right there. We throw the alert. We honestly almost come down with a sick catch. Like, would have been nasty. But it's 4th down. It's not the time to be taking an unnecessary shot. It is what it is. We pick a lower percentage throw over a higher percentage throw. But hey, we haven't taken any sacks, so that's a positive. Oh, I mean, Bagent's ball is floaty. Like, even here, let me see if we can get, do we have the other angle? Let's see. Yeah, the good news is he is getting through the man when we begin to wind up. So I don't think Fields would have, by any means, started throwing this ball at this point. So we get the ball out well before Scott is looking for the football. That is a positive. We love some anticipations. We really do. But then the follow through isn't there. If you wanted to be really specific, like we're still kind of shot putting the ball. Like we're wrist shotting it, but now we're kind of using our whole body to do it. Like you would think you'd want to get that back shoulder pushing through a little bit more so that we could put more velocity on this thing. But I mean, I honest to God have questions of whether Bagent can. Again, it is what it is. Run the ball. This is the next drive. Even with anticipation, the throw was still late. I think that's hilarious, John. And Eric, I tend to think we can too once he settles down. 3rd and 10. Here's the throw we have that's a little late. But he's a rookie. I'm not expecting him to get all his reads out the gate. If anything, I actually just really like the fact that we didn't take any sacks. And we showed a little bit of anticipatory throwing, and we got some action. We got our feet wet. I think this is what Bagent would look like against. I mean, there's a chance this is what Bagent's going to look like anyways against Las Vegas. But this is certainly what Bagent would look like against Las Vegas if he didn't play at all in this game. But he did. This one's late. Ball comes in behind DJ. One more look at it. We should throw it now. We don't. We hesitate. That half second makes a really big difference, especially when you're Tyson Bagent. Ball comes in behind DJ, so it's not an accurate throw either. We're lucky we beat number 7. Thank God. Oh, you're right, Jason. No sacks outside of the sack fumble with the scored against. I mean, John, it's funny you say hopefully this is a floor game. I don't disagree with you, but also for a floor game, no, it was pretty bad. I mean, the turnovers are just, they don't work. Toss play. BG, it is legitimately tough to tell. I mean, I think there was a little more velocity, but for instance, Eric, if you go back and you watch the 17 play breakdown that I did on Bagent, it's not as high velocity as you might think. It is still the same wrist shot fadeaway. He threw it on time. These kinds of floaty balls are more common than you think they were. I mean, to be honest with you guys, it's the difference between Anthony Richardson throwing the football and a UDFA rookie. Like, when people do talk about arm strength, you do notice it on tape. You just don't think it's a big deal until you watch it and you go, geez, is that ball floating? No. Like, and hey, I mean, honestly, Eric, if he had a bigger arm, he would have been drafted. Like, D2 or not. But a nice job, if you ask me, of just taking the snap. I love him offering the handoff to an aborting running back. So that's the second time we've seen it. Like, steps back, then gets up, then gets out, then throws the ball. I can't believe I've done the rewind thing this many times. But like, it did feel as if Fields was standing at the or like standing at the back of his drop, and I don't know what Fields would have done. We hope he would have stepped up and out. Nice to see Bagent take a strong step forward, get out, and then throw the ball. Bagent really could struggle on windy days at Soldier Field. Next few weeks will be a learning experience, Lorenzo. The good news is the Bears can't really lose, per se. Like, if the Bears lose a bunch of games, bummer. To be honest with you, I mean, we're at the point where how could you hope? I'm going to say something that might lose me some subscribers. I hope it doesn't. Stick with me. We're at the point where how could you hope the Bears are about to win a bunch of games, right? What would that help? Like, just begging the question. Like, I want Bagent to win, but if I got to choose, I want him to win, I want him to win snap to snap. I don't want him to win the game. A game exactly like this one, where Bagent drove down the field, scored a touchdown, actually, showed he's got some moxie, had a crippling touchdown against turnover that completely screwed the game up, and therefore continued the draft pick. Look, we are in a hole. We are down bad. We are in a problem scenario. We went from the Bears may go 7-9 or 7-10, 8-9, like, and this could be really fun. Justin Fields is the guy. I wonder what Luke Getsy and Matt Eberflus are going to do. We switched to Justin Fields is not only probably not the guy, but he's hurt now. Matt Eberflus sucks. Like, Luke Getsy is bad, but he's not as bad as Matt Eberflus, and it sucks that that's a competition. Like, we are so in the negative bad scenario that frankly I don't mind it. I wouldn't mind it at all if the Bears took the extra necessary steps to make sure they would lose as many games as possible. I don't know what Yannick Ngakoue could be traded for. Hopefully it's something. Jalen Johnson, hopefully it's something. Darnell Mooney, hopefully it's something. If they're not going to re-sign with Chicago and they're not going to be part of the 2025 picture, they don't need to be here now. Sucks, but that's kind of the way it is. Nothing locked the Bears into a bunch of losing last year to get us DJ Moore, to get us Darnell Wright, etc. Quite like trading a bunch of guys that are good at the deadline. Seems like that's kind of a kick in the nuts to these locker rooms, and I wouldn't mind seeing it again. And that's the thing, Lorenzo, unless he wants to go. But I tend to think he might. But so within that, let's see. Oh, come on, Jordan. There's no way you can stick to JJ McCarthy over May and Williams. I know you can't. But so, but JJ, I agree with you, Lorenzo. It's just a matter of getting there. Eric, I don't know if it's ever happened. I honestly don't. But like, Tyson Bagent is fun. I don't want to get carried away and make the assumption that we want to like win. I need something to go wrong. And to be honest with you, the scariest part about the Bears situation is that throws like this aren't amazing. Oh yeah, Indy did, Peter. You're totally right. Like, throws like this aren't amazing, but if Bagent can hit some of these, defenses are actually going to have to start defending him. And it's still a hospital ball. I'm still amazed it's a catch. But at least we're throwing into zone coverage over the middle of the field. It's been years since I saw a Bears quarterback do that. Jordan, I'll have to watch the tape, I guess, is the best way that I can put it. But the McCarthy tape I've watched doesn't match the Williams tape and the excitement other people have for Drake May. I get it. But watching Ronnie Bell and what was it? It's all 2021 tape. Like, it's Ronnie Bell and Schoonmaker. And it was like, hey, we could play a little bit. But McCarthy seemed like he had a couple of these like bonehead moments that, hey, I get it. It's college quarterbacking. But again, I'll just have to go watch more. We get some nice runs. Don't we love runs? We check to this. I thought this play was really interesting. And Michael, it's all I got, right? The difference is that I'm not being paid millions of dollars, and if I was, I'd have a better answer. So I thought this was funny, if only because while it's not exactly the same, look at Tyson Bagent having to navigate a situation that we've seen Justin Fields straight up take a sack fumble with. We've got a free edge rusher coming at us. He hesitates a little bit here, like he's not bearing down outright, but Bagent is going to take steps backwards and flick the ball anyways. Basically, instead of coming out of this and curling like we see Fields do a lot, he faded that way instead. And because of it, he was able to do exactly what you want on a play like this, which is avert disaster. Gets the ball to his running back, who immediately gets cut down, but we pick up a first down in the process. This is not big deal stuff. This is basic stuff. But sometimes we don't do the basic stuff, to be honest. Like, that's the part about, I think, watching Bagent that makes this conversation kind of unfun, is there are going to be points where Bagent's going to look better than Fields. It's not really a compliment sometimes. And if it sounds harsh, it is harsh. There are pieces of Fields' game that just aren't NFL level. Like, there are game management and offensive operation parts to Fields' game that you can't look and say other quarterbacks in the NFL struggle with it the way that the Bears do, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean Bagent is automatically great. I mean, it remains to be seen if he wins, 10 games. Like, there's nothing to be said. We talked about this one earlier. I love it. It's a simple read that I don't need to draw a second time, but it's just this release. We counted this out. Brandon, if you're in here, I thought this was really neat. He releases in a half second, just snaps the wrist out, or like just wrist shots the ball out, and then takes a massive hit from behind. But the ball gets out, and it turns into a first down. Like, and Brano, it's hard to tell. I mean, you got to remember that, like, I would assume that Fields has a bevy of coaches. Because I'm with you, Brano, that you can't teach athleticism. But, like, Vince Young didn't fix his mechanical issues either. And, like, Michael Vick, it took getting to the Eagles like 7 years into his career before he was finally able to, it took that long for him to get a lot of different mechanical things. But let's see, Fields or Badgett or draft Williams. I'm sticking with Fields, but man, I want Badgett to play well. You should want Badgett to play well. You should. Wins get weird because I don't know that wins help the team. It is hard for me to entertain a world where Matt Eberflus is the coach of the 2024 Chicago Bears, and that the team is also like not better, Michael, good. That scares me. Like, Peter, what do wins help? Our mood, definitely, a little bit. It's always a little more fun after a win, that's for sure. And I agree with you that losing is a disease, but I tend to think that the losing starts with Matt Eberflus right now. Like, I don't know how you change it with Matt Eberflus, and it's so brutal. But at the same time, let's say the Bears go on a nice little winning streak, and then they fire their coaches, and then they bring new coaches in, and the new coaches turn the roster over. What did you achieve? Like, what did the winning do? I agree with you completely that losing cannot continue, and that the Bears currently have a disgusting culture of losing. Like, it's bad. But also, what is going to make it better? Because it's not going to be 4 wins in the 2023 season. Like, we do play to win the game until it's week 6 and we lose our starting quarterback, and we're not far away from week 5 where we're talking about firing our head coach. Like, this is an outlier year. This is a really bad year. And it is what it is, right? Like, that's sort of where I am, Lorenzo, is it's almost like we've dug ourselves a massive hole and I want out of it. And can look like a lot of things. But number 1 and number 2 is sick. Was asking and hoping a month ago about the feasibility of a midseason coaching change. So you got to remember, Tim, that the problem is that most of the offensive coaches do an install. Um, like they do an install in OTAs and training camp. So if a new coach came in, he'd still have to run Eberflus's stuff for the most part, which doesn't fix anything. Now, the Bears are getting better on defense. Doesn't help anything that the Vikings were awful on offense. And we'll go through a little bit of that. I am baiting hard. So I'm going to grab some water while the last 6 minutes of the offensive tape plays. So enjoy the offensive tape. Like the stream if you haven't. Contribute if you can. It really helps every little bit of support I get. Love y'all. I will be right back. So, well, it's funny you say that, Reinhardt. So Reinhardt says he just looks comfortable. He looked comfortable at this point, but he didn't look comfortable throughout. And then this happened where it feels to me like Bagent fields the high snap. This is the interception. He fields the high snap. He gets the back of his drop. He takes this strong step up in the pocket, which he should. But it felt to me like he drifted a little bit too close to his man here. And by the time he goes to throw this, he has run himself out of room. And then he just whips it. And you're never going to get any velocity like this. Like, let's go back under center. It felt to me like he stepped into Borum's guy. But he's not, like, I know they asked him after the game. They were like, hey, what did you underthrow that? Or like, was there pressure? Did the pressure affect you? And he went, I underthrew it. Like, kudos on the quarterback for just taking ownership, just being real with you. But this jump back thing, we are never going to get velocity. We're never going to get trajectory. And it just flies straight up and hard ducks. And the game is over. Honestly, again, big dub for the Bears in this case. Because would DJ Moore, like, if there's something to be praised, Tyson Bagent plays really simple football. Right, fam? What did Tyson see? He said so in the presser afterwards. He saw one-on-one DJ Moore, yes, please, and was just going to put that ball up. And is that ever wrong? Never. I mean, you have to get the ball, like, to the end zone at the very least. But is it wrong? No. And so I am interested to see what this looks like against the Raiders team that, interestingly enough, has some decent corners. But I'm going to give you guys the world's briefest summary. We're going to go 20 minutes, maybe. I am losing my lymph nodes, right? And it's funny you say that the play was rushed, John. I feel like the protection's great. Like, the pass rush isn't bad. But if you're saying it was rushed in the more literal sense, yeah, no, I vibe with that. But hey, he's a rookie. He has to learn these lessons. Like, I better he learns them now when things maybe don't matter so much than when things get better. Eric, I love the confidence. I don't think he needs to. Bagent can ball out. Honestly, he gets 2 wins, right? And Eric, a defender definitely gets a hand on him. He definitely does during the throw. But it also felt, at least based on Bagent's pocket movement, like if we wanted to, we could have moved away from this. It doesn't really matter. Frankly, I'm not about to try to defend Borum's block. Like, the guy definitely gets through. When is that better time going to be, Lenny? Literally next year. Like, I know, but next year it should be better. Like, next year should at the very least have more direction than this year does. That's for sure. And I don't blame you, because there are plenty of people that would look back and that they would say what is this? The Bears were supposed to be better this year. Yeah, they totally were. The Bears were supposed to be better than 2022. Somebody lied to you, like, at that point. Like, the 2022 season was always going to be awful. The 2021 season was never set up well. The 2020 season was dead on arrival. The 2023 season is the first time in a while when we actually thought the team was going to be decent, but then they weren't, right? That sucks. That rips your heart out. But this does build us well to the next one. So, at least my take. First of all, I thought Tyler Scott looked nice and fast, and I love that. Let me see. Where is the play? Here it is. So Tyson never leaves the tackle box. There are a lot of people that have pointed out, hey, do we think he was trying to throw it out of bounds? Not really. I mean, I don't think it's the world's best throw, but he never leaves the tackle box. So I actually do tend to think that he sees Scott running back towards the ball and thinks, well, hell, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? right? And just hucks it out there for Scott to go get. I mean, this is not some sparkler amazing play. We lose so many yards just catching the ball, for crying out loud. But if he had gotten, like, if Bagent had rolled out to here and then thrown it, and then Scott had picked him off along the sidelines, this would have more merit to me. If he wanted it out of bounds, I mean, he had to get it to somebody, right? And he sees Scott, and Scott right now has his corner beat back this way. I bet he said, I'm just going to put it up in the area code, see what happens. And then Scott went and made the play. Sure. That's totally my 2 cents. Like, if I had to guess, it does sure seem like he targeted him. It's a heck of a target, too. And it's one of those plays you go, seriously? But you got to remember, backup quarterbacks can play a little bit. At least, like, even in the NFL, you made it to the NFL somehow. You were the best quarterback on blank team. In his case, you got to remember, D2 or not, he's thrown for 5,000 yards in his lifetime? It doesn't automatically make him good at the NFL level, but it's like Tyson Bagent thinks he's good. Let's put it that way. Like, Tyson Bagent doesn't think, oh, I'm a UDFA and I suck. You know what I'm saying? He's been making backyard football plays across the rest of his career. Like, it's what makes these guys like Purdy, etc., so inspiring. Look, I remember an interview that I always go back to. It was like 2011 or something, somewhere around there. And somebody asked Eli Manning whether during the offseason, whether he thought he was better than Aaron Rodgers. And he got offended at the question. He was like, what? Yeah, I'm better than Aaron Rodgers. Are you kidding? I'm Eli Manning. I'm the guy. Like, he didn't literally say it in those terms, but you get it. He was upset that anybody would ask. He's like, I'm the best quarterback in the NFL. Yeah, that's what you have to think. Like, these guys don't go out there and say, I'm going to try to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Maybe if they take a back seat on the plane, like, they're going to think that. And I mean, Peter, he's a backup. You'd be amazed at how many backups can barely throw the ball 40 yards. Like, but we'll see. Let's see. He would be a really interesting story if he works out. That's for sure. Like, that is a ton of completions, Reinhardt. And that's a lot of touchdowns too, to be honest. And Peter, honestly, Brock Purdy can barely push the ball 40 yards, but he's gotten really good at pushing the ball 25 yards down the field on the line. And Brandon Ayuk could go make him right. So there's a lot to quarterback that goes with some of that. No, Tim, I'm with you. Now, one thing that is going to be really interesting is going to see how the matchups play out on defense. We're going to go through the tiniest little defensive recap possible. I'm basically just going to show you guys a couple of the plays to open the game. And in it, first of all, Jason, I hope you're in here because we have to take a little bit of a rip. First play of the game is Andrew Billings jumping off sides. Now, obviously, as Jason will tell us, Andrew's not wrong here, but the referee is going to call him off sides because he doesn't see because obviously seeing the future is illegal. You can't show the world that Andrew Billings is a time traveler and knew what the snap count was supposed to be. So you have to call him off sides. And it's a whole thing. You can't let anybody else know, right? But the Bears defense is kind of feisty. The big thing worth remembering is that this is probably one of the last games the Bears will have in a while where their skill guys, like the Bears skill guys, they're just better. Like they are just better than the Vikings. Like the Vikings are starting a game with KJ Osborne and Jordan Addison. Now, I'm not trying to say Jordan Addison sucks. He's a rookie. It's more to say that the big thing that's given them trouble is when Mike Evans goes and just bosses on them. When, gosh, there's more. Obviously Travis Kelce went and boss moded on them. I'm really struggling with this. Denver sent Sutton, and he did work, but honestly, Denver was just a super weird game. With Washington, they finally figured out like that Terry McLaurin wasn't doing work, so then they started working other ways. With the Vikings, they kept kind of getting in their own way, if you ask me. And that's the thing, John. I'm not trying to say that they're like scrubs. It's more to say that they're not Justin Jefferson. And this was an offense that clearly wanted to run the ball and throw play action. And Kirk played well, I thought. Like Kirk was throwing into tight windows. Kirk was unfazed by pressure. Kirk did a great job. But you still got plenty of these completions. And then all of a sudden, the Vikings would just like they would run the ball and the Bears would stop them running the ball. Not on this down, they didn't. Though Sanborn does a nice job pursuing the play, making a tackle. And the Vikings would basically just bog themselves down. Like, it's not to say that I know for certain that the Raiders will definitely be better. The Bears defense seems like it's been improving, but it also seems like it's succeeding against teams that willfully just run the ball a bunch at them because they'll eventually have plays like this. And what you're about to see is real. I did not doctor this footage. Justin Jones, look at this, Q. You came up at the moment that Justin Jones is about to make some two kind of nasty plays. Like, look at this. Takes on a double team, wins a one-on-one. Here. Takes on a double, sticks it, wins the one-on-one, and makes the tackle. What? Justin Jones, where has this been? I mean, Sir Lord, I'm not surprised. It feels fake. Feels like that should have been Billings. But it's real. Like, Jones was kind of a boss in this one. And then on 3rd and 4, well, the Bears are going to give you a man look. We're playing more man defense. I guess that's nice. And they take their one-on-one with Osborne and Justin Jones, and they win it, unsurprisingly. Now, one thing I will say I love that Eddie Jackson breaks on this ball and is able to clamp down the window that Osborne has to move in. Eddie, being on the spot and knowing where this throw is loosely going, turns what should have been a first down conversion into a 4th and 1. And the Vikings pick it up. It's not that big a deal. But the Bears have honestly been getting such bad safety play that I got to tip my hat somewhere. Like, it does not take much to impress me based on the way Brisker and Elijah Hicks have been playing. And unfortunately, those two ain't done. Like, Hicks gets back in the game just fine. Sanborn makes a beautiful play here. Beautiful play, honestly. Like, defense tackled better, Michael, but they also won their matchups, and the Vikings just did not approach them well. Like, teams that want, without the offensive line to do it, to just and the Vikings are a better offensive line than this, but they haven't been when it comes to running the ball. And it really hurt them here because they really wanted to lean on the ground game against a Bears team that kept stopping the run eventually. Like, it wasn't that we were constantly stopping the run, but we were stopping it enough that we would force a play like this. And then TJ Edwards comes across in zone, makes a tackle. Now it's 3rd and 7. Vikings sure didn't pick up all these. They go man again. And for some reason, let's see. Kirk looks like he starts on Hockenson. I am a little surprised that we wanted Addison on Jalen Johnson. But Eric, I can hear you telling me we got to extend him. I don't blame you. I love Jalen Johnson because he puts the clamps on Jordan Addison here. Addison is number 4, and I'm not a doofus, right? Like, this is one of those Senior Bowl style one-on-ones, right, Q? Where, like, you get the curl, you get the double move, you get the inside sweep, you get Jalen diving over, nearly tipping the thing away. Nah, no chance, baby. And the line is doing a little bit of simulated pressure, among other stuff, but they don't really do enough. The Bears are trying defensively. Like, it's getting better. but it's not good. It just felt like it helped. I don't know. At least when I watched this defensive tape, I could not shake the feeling that the Vikings kept playing into the Bears' hands because seemingly every other team had an offensive line that by didn't get bodied by Justin Jones. And here he is. Boom. Beat that. Bang. What? Where was this number 93? Five games. Where is this guy? No pass rush, which rules, which leads to a beautiful little completion against cover 3. I thought so too, Michael. It helps that Tremaine got to fill his role a little more blatantly. Hello. Oh boy. All right, my voice has blown a tire. And I can't help but think that that is trying to tell me something. So we'll watch a couple more and we'll close up shop. But the Bears were tackling like in the run game. Here's Billings blasting through a one-on-one, forcing Madison to cut back into Demarcus Walker and Reinhardt. I'm with you. Like, I'm not worried about the voice. I'm more thinking that's my body telling me, hey, it's midnight and I'm toast. But like, here's a reverse that they ran to 4, which again I think is Addison, and Kyler Gordon blows it up. I thought Gordon played a spicy. No, wait, this is Brisker. Gordon didn't play near as much as I expected, but I guess I should have expected that, given how rarely the Vikings were trotting out person. No, there's Gordon. Forget what I said. There he is. 3 is Addison. Who's 4? This play is one of those frustrating ones, by the way. This one. Because the Bears are going to bring a 5-man blitz, right? Bears playing man. Tyreek Stevenson does a really good job. Like, let's watch this one. Because they want Addison on this quick in and out. But Stevenson closes it. Cousins knows he can't throw that because he doesn't have the space along the sidelines. Like, to me, this is an interesting play. The Bears bring a 5-man blitz, and their corner covers the first read. Now, this against Jalen Johnson is incredibly difficult to cover. Incredibly. Like, it doesn't really matter what routes the Vikings are running here. It's just a double rub for 17 to get across the middle of the field. We are bringing a 5-man blitz. Somebody has to get home. We saw this a ton against with the Bears offense. You can't lose all these one-on-ones. And DeMarcus Walker does his damnedest. Like, he's going to work 72 as hard as he can and walk all the way back to Kirk Cousins. Kudos to Kirk for just staying cool under pressure. Because eventually, 17, Osborne, gets the ball over the middle. And I wouldn't call that getting beat by Jalen Johnson. That's not where he has leverage. And it's on a pick play. We just sent a blitz that has to get home. But then on 1st and 10, let me see. They go play action. The Bears cover it. Why do they cover it? Because like we've talked about a bunch, Tremaine Edmonds just ignores the run fake. Nope. Cousins turns around. Let me see. Can I draw it? Nice little lock up right there. Nowhere to go with the ball. Kirk just has to ditch it. When elements of this defense work, they work. But also, being the first team, like I get that the secondary was back. Maybe I'm being too hard. You tell me if I'm being too hard on this Bears team. Being the first team that that can't crack this Bears team defensively is not, or being pretty much the first offense that can't hang 400 yards on the Bears defense is not a trophy anybody wants, right? Second down, we run it. This is your Zach Pickens moment. That's 96. Getting leverage, getting depth, bringing Madison down. Madison also might be a bad luck charm. He didn't really do anything positive. It's not like he's a horrible player, but stuff just goes wrong with him. This play call was kind of bad given the situation. Part of me just sits here and thinks that you could block this Bears thing, or you could block this Bears team up. We can't be legitimately worried about a potential 5-man pressure, especially when that pressure doesn't come. We drop 90. So whatever they're doing with this, like a drive concept kind of look, it just doesn't help us if you're the Vikings. Helps the Bears. I mean, the Vikings were willing to play field goal as if the Bears could have gotten a stop on 3rd and 12. Thank you. Nobody else does that. 6-3. Tyreek Stevenson forces the Vikings to make a tough throw, and would you believe it, they actually do drop this. I'm stunned he does. Like, best thing you could say about Stevenson in this kind of play is that he's running hard with Addison the entire time. Like, I'd love to see more of a reroute, but the corner does do a good job of locking up right there and forcing the throw to be perfect. Unfortunately for him, it is. That's a gorgeous throw. That's a really gorgeous ball. Addison can't hang on. Rip us. Or rip them, I guess. Works for us. Second and 10, they go screen. Like, the Vikings had plays that gained a ton of yardage, and I kept thinking they were about to break the game open. And then they just wouldn't, for one reason or another. By the way, that was Stevenson that made the tackle there. He came all the way across the field. The guy hustles like a maniac. But I feel like I'm also just entering Stan territory. And then you get this play, like the Vikings play, right? Handoff. DeMarcus Walker is untouched off the backside. I don't know what they thought was going to happen, but it looks like two separate guys both end up looking back at Walker like, wait, what did we just do? So I don't think it was on purpose. Cousins looks and realizes he's got to bail on the ball, which is too bad for him because Addison is wide open. He tries to kick the ball out. 31 cannot make this situation any worse, to be honest with you. Like, I'm still stunned watching this the way that it happened. That pop, 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 pop. And then the ball just sits there, and I still can't believe TJ Edwards doesn't come down with this. I get you might call that a trap, but that feels so cheeky to not say he has control of it. Especially when they called it the Bears way. Like, I really try not to be the ref guy, But this was a play in particular. Paw on it. I can't believe they actually called him on the left foot and said he didn't have possession. But hey, maybe they felt like he had to bring it all the way in. So tight. Jason, these are great. I mean, it's just crazy, by the way, how poorly 31 played this. Whoops, 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 whoops. Ball just sits there. Right? It's never easy, Reinhardt. And then this throw is dirty. Like, can we talk about how filthy this throw is? This is sick. Of course, Hawk runs right across Brisker's face. I mean, it's not an easy catch. But damn. Cousins was playing some ball. Look at that. Which is so funny, John. Because part of me looks at this and thinks, which part of this is the really good defense? I guess there's a little bit of contact right there. Like, but man, what a hell of a throw. Let's see from the other angle. This will be sick. It should be, anyways. Snap back. It's just so casual, too. Man, you wish that the tight end you just extended could come down with this. I wonder if Brisker's hand flashing in front of his eyes basically contested catched him, right? Can't wait, Tyson. What's he looking at over here? Aha. Aha. You see? If there's a player Kirk Cousins respects, I'm not playing games with you. It's number 4. So what did Cousins look off? He looked off the fact that Eddie was going to pick him off. Like, if he throws a similar ball, like in this direction, number 4 runs it back. And I only say that because Cousins' formative moments in the NFC North, Eddie Jackson did that a lot. And Eddie breaks on this. Like, man, I know it's so simple. I know it's so simple. But like, Eddie begins to break down and get his weight forward so much earlier than Brisker does. And I get it. There's only like one Eddie Jackson. But look at this. Like, he's already fully in athletic position, knowing that his wide receiver is anticipating the ball. But the Vikings are running mirrored routes. Theoretically, Brisker could be doing the same thing. And Cousins, I have known Kirk Cousins to just not throw at Eddie Jackson. Like, in simple words, he knows better. And he does. Like, in 2018, we obviously saw the pick 6, but in 2019, like, Eddie ripped off a couple huge pass deflections and at least one, I think, near interception. And then for as long as I could see it in 2020, and the rest of 19, because the second game, Cousins just didn't throw his way. Like, if number at the time 39 was in the area, nah, he's just gonna go somewhere else. And instead, I mean, for Cousins, honestly, to snap to Hawkinson and just dot this? Filthy, man. Like, please, Bears, get me a quarterback that will make this throw so that I can hate my tight end. Like, let let me get angry at Cole Kmet for not catching this because this is such a kick-ass ball. And seriously, Reinhardt, I don't think you're joking, but it almost looks like you are. Eddie Jackson at his best, especially the guys that know him, because where I'll see a lot of players get in trouble, Reinhardt, to use an example, to go back to the Cowboys game last year, Dak Prescott didn't do that. So what happened? Dak Prescott threw a pick. Trey Lance didn't do that. So what happened? Trey Lance threw a pick. You see this weird habit with the quarterbacks that got to know Eddie Jackson, especially the divisional ones, Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins specifically. Oh, Eddie's there? I'm just not going to throw that way. And I don't think that there's any better respect. Like, there's no better hat tip, in my opinion, than your divisional quarterbacks simply don't want to throw at you. They'll live throwing to Jalen Johnson. They'll live throwing at Elijah Hicks. They will eat throwing it to Sean Gibson. But even the confident guys, even the guys that think they're the jam, just won't do it. Like, exactly, Reinhardt. I mean, you got to remember, for as much as we love Eddie Jackson, he doesn't have near the reputation of like a Minka Fitzpatrick. And you also got to remember that for as much as these guys, is that Justin Jones again? Justin Jones, where did this come from? Did they tell you were about to get cut? Did somebody say to you, hey, Gravon Dexter, we're thinking of playing him more? And Justin Jones said, no, swipe, we're through. Quarterback hit. No, Joe. No. You and I know the moment Kirk Cousins puts a Bears jersey on, he is going to suck. Like, it has to be somebody that's going to break the Bears curse, because the moment they do something like that, we're going to get the 37-year-old version of Kirk Cousins for like 3 years. And we're going to be like, you've got to be kidding me. How do we always get so unlucky? But I can see that one coming. I know a trap when I hear one. Let me see. So this is 6-6. Run the ball. Oh, that's an interesting thought, Q. I'm also all about the whole astigmatism, like, joke that isn't a joke with him. Zach Pickens being vaguely competitive here. It doesn't help that Dom Rob gets thrown out of the club. Yikes. Things you don't want to see on a wide run play. Watch number 90. And that's pretty much it. Boom. Nope. Yes, John. Thank goodness. On the bottom of what? Where's that listed? That's listed somewhere? Oh, yes. Yeah, Damo. Darisaw is a stud. It would be way cooler if that was Darisaw. But it looks like it's 84. So is that John Oliver? Because whoever it is, he had fun with it too. Second and 2. Oh, Kirk. What are you scared of? Kyler Gordon? Thank you for being scared of Kyler Gordon, honestly. Like, I mean, it's not that I don't think Kyler might make this tackle, but like, damn. That is not an easy tackle. I feel like we're overthinking it. And then the dart to, you guessed it, Alexander Madison, who, like, I don't want to go all the way there, but it does kind of feel like a sell job by Madison at some points. Man, Gavon has no plan. You can almost respect the complete lack of plan. Stand up. What if I? You know what? Bummer. What does Pickens do? Nothing. Oh yeah, I like Kyler Gordon a lot. I really do. Forces 3rd and 2. This is super duper badass blitz McGee. Bang. So sick. Boom. I mean, leveled. This is a football player's football play. Like from 53, I am better than you. Make a play. Teammate gets an interception. And I mean, seriously, like I can only imagine what PFF's Madison grade was, because it feels like every key play Madison is involved with, he is losing the matchup to a Bears team that has not won nearly any matchups the entire season. I'm not trying to sit here and say you can't let that happen, but holy smokes, he got toasted. Like you could argue TJ Edwards beat Alexander Madison every bit as bad as Daniil Hunter beat Deontay Foreman, which is not something you want to be saying about a linebacker running back matchup, because that's your normal matchup, at least from a weight class perspective. It's closer. Bears obviously throw a pick. Madison gets upfield. This is the first half, I think. Billings works to stay tight. He gets tabletopped. Oh, that's Brisker. Should I be Reinhardt? I love cover. What is this? Cover 3? No, it looks like it's 2. Kyler gets squeezed for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why, but not playing will do that to you. So, if there's one thing on this channel that always throws me off, I'm sure you guys saw it, the loyal ones of you who watched me last year. I never know how to talk about rookies. Brisker was never good at this. Like any situation where he had to play catchman or zone, he generally doesn't make an impactful play. And here, I understand that it's Hawkinson, but we don't interfere with him at all. Like the word that you're looking for is route on air. Like Hawkinson is going to run this corner route as if Brisker does not really exist. Like Brisker might as well be like one of those tackling dummies that's just sitting out there, and Hawkinson pats him and goes about his merry business. And that is unacceptable defense. Like, I understand it. I get it. But especially when you're in a man scenario, you have to reroute him. You have to throw the timing off. You have to do something, for crying out loud. Because if you reroute him, Kirk may actually have to move on, or at least the throw timing will be thrown off. But the way Brisker plays this, I mean, it's just another in a long list that for some reason now that he's a second year player, we're not really excited with his tackles and his tackles alone. And suddenly I feel like there are a lot more people coming to my side of the fence, I guess, where we're like, God, I heard we drafted a safety top 50. I really thought he'd be better, to be honest. Now, you may feel like that's hateful, because I'm not trying to come for him. But like, John, I don't think he was ever that great, is what I'm kind of trying to get at. Like, And God knows I never want to start fights when it comes to the Bears, but like you can see the way that Kyler Gordon has improved. Like with Brisker, we're just exactly where we were. And teams target him. And now he's just a primary target. Last year, it was just a lot easier to target other people. This year, it's very easy to just go at Brisker and force him to keep making that tackle. And he's pretty good at that tackle. But then you target him downfield, he tends to kind of give it up. 2nd and 9. Who are we going at? It's a screen that actually attacks Brisker, as a matter of fact. It's going to be Tremaine that slides over and makes the stop. I think this is the Vikings touchdown drive. And after this, we'll call it. Boom. Bang. Who's that? Elijah Moore? Maybe a little bit, Michael. But I wouldn't be surprised if the defense is also just buying into, hey, we have a good matchup. And you got to remember there's like literal money on the line. Hawkinson shakes it. It's a good throw. Would love to be a little more competitive. If there's something I would love to see Gordon change, it's that he's not that physical. Compare this to the way Jalen Jones is playing this. It's not the same route at all, but it's similar. Jalen is going to press much heavier and force the receiver to at least move relatively uncomfortably. Whereas, again, Kyler Gordon on this particular play is allowing Hawkinson to run his route on air. It's okay if we get bullied. That happens. But by giving him that kind of space, you're allowing the Vikings to convert a third down in rhythm, which is the whole crux of the issue. Basically, they can play at their practice speed. They don't have to change anything. Exactly, Sir Lord. The good news is that he's really aggressive when it comes to downhill tacklers, and I love his agility. But that's the area you're looking for a little more, is aggression and contact. What'd they call it? Cover 3? He's always making me laugh, Jason. Rip, score. Who else? It's a whole shot. Stevenson gets to his spot. Oh, man, is it cover 4? It kind of looks like 4. Just based on the way Jalen and Stevenson play this. If it's 4, I can't say I'm certain I know who it's on. He's wide open. I'm thinking it's 2, Sir Lord, based on the way that Stevenson plays this zone and then gets his eyes back to 87. So, John, if it is cover 2, you got to remember that Stevenson's actually, I don't want to say out of position, but that makes sense, Sir Lord, and I appreciate that. And then Jalen's riding his man, but Jalen seems like he's converting off of what would have been right there. And then Brisker and what is this? Totally. And I mean he should, Jordan. But basically what he's doing, John, is he's midpointing where he thinks Addison may be going to try to stay in the throwing lane and where his defense wants him to be, which is cover 2 closer to here. Brisker doesn't squeeze this nearly at all, but also they call it a cover 2 hole shot for a reason. Like the defensive call it just has a hole up here. I mean, it's why Jalen Johnson just rides his man into the hole, and had Kirk thrown it to 4, we're walking in the end zone. So rough end of half defense. The funny part to me was that the Vikings let the clock put them into a position where they had to pass the ball, and then suddenly they scored. And then they didn't do it again. I was actually really surprised. Like, I am surprised that the Vikings were so averse to just lining up and passing the ball. Like, it is so funky to me the way that it almost felt like Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings offense had no real. I don't want to say they had no plan. That's not fair. But they had a vision of how they would win, and it wasn't how they would win. Literally, all they needed to do was just pass the ball a lot. And I'm curious to see if Josh McDaniels goes in that direction, because here's a funny question for the chat as we close things up. Did the Raiders get worse at quarterback? Go. For those who don't know, they lost Jimmy Garoppolo, and now Brian Hoyer will be their quarterback. They obviously still have Devontae Adams. They have a really good anti-zone receiver in Jacoby Myers. But Aiden O'Connell is a separate question. From the translation down from Jimmy Garoppolo to Brian Hoyer, did they get worse? and John, it's definitely a sex appeal loss. No question there. And Reinhardt, it's worth mentioning that it's also worth mentioning that Jimmy seems like he's going to miss this game for a back injury, which is interesting because he didn't actually take a back injury in this last game. I think there's real reason to question whether that huge hit he took against the Steelers was still bothering him. That he was really trying to play through it, which has me wondering how much cortisone he was taking just to stay in these games. And if anything, it makes it a little unsurprising that he was playing as poorly as he was. And it makes me wonder what a healthy Hoyer with time to prep will be able to do. Hoyer eats zones up too. He'll throw the football. That gum. He's been playing with Josh McDaniels for forever. Like, I'm not terrified of Brian Hoyer, but when the Vikings played on schedule and attacked through the air, they did so successfully. Like, and so I don't know how the Bears will hold up. Like, the only teams that they've stopped are the teams that played straight into their hands or when their offense was rolling. So who knows? Like, maybe your boy Tyson Bagent leads this like hellish offense that puts a ton of pressure on him. Or just throwing this out there, if the Bears lose this game, if the Bears lose this game, then I think that they are front runners for that number 1 overall pick. And I mean Chicago. Like, now it really helps that Carolina is where they are, but even though I know I'm talking about something that's outside my control, like I don't control anything with the Bears either. I can't get excited about Carolina getting the number 1 overall pick for us just because that really, really, like, I can't get excited about Carolina getting the number 1 overall pick for us because I just keep thinking something will change and we will. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I'm having trouble stringing sentences together. I keep thinking that the Panthers will blow the 1st overall pick for us. I would literally rather the Bears have some really awful season where they get the 1st overall pick and then the Panthers get the 2nd or 3rd overall pick. Ideally the 2nd while they're at it. I would love for the Panthers to go straight up winless. Wow, what a gift. What a gift from the heavens that would be. Like, and like you're saying, Reinhardt, they literally have nothing to lose. It's only 6 games into the season. 0-6 is a hell of a thing. They may only win 2 games. There's not going to be that many teams that'll be truly one loss. These Cardinals are spicy, and they're getting Kyler back. Like, there's a lot of things going against the Panthers. But to your point, I would worry if my destiny was supposedly in their hands. Do you think we should trade Marvin Harrison Jr. at 1 or draft or trade the pick? I mean, iceberg. It's got to be a quarterback at 1. There's not really another choice, unfortunately. But we could talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. at 2 versus a trade. I think a small trade, but we'll figure it out. That's a conversation for another time. I still have to write the DBB article, which is going to be pretty bare bones until I update it with something else. But thank you guys always for watching. It's another one of these kinds of years, isn't it? But we'll make it fun. It's always fun. I always appreciate you guys. So like the stream if you haven't already. Let me know what we could do better. I'm always looking at the comments. New podcast coming at you. We'll record tomorrow night, and then we'll have that posted on Thursday. I'll see what I can do from a YouTube perspective. So full disclosure, got to make some money. And so I don't know what kind of time I'm going to have. But so, especially with the Bears being this foul, I'm seeing what I can do and it's just eating up a lot of my time. But the point being that the Bears aren't giving us much to Dan Hollingquest. Thank you so much for subscribing. The Bears aren't giving us much to break down anyways, so I'm not brokenhearted about it. Things like dissecting a drive, things like Bears Today and other offseason topics, these all play really, really well in the offseason when time and turnaround isn't as critical. So it doesn't really bother me, to be honest with you. Like, would I love to be putting out way more content? Sure. But the moment the Bears lost to Green Bay, if I could be honest with you guys, I knew there was an issue. Oh, yeah, John. Oh, yeah. But so, like you're saying, Reinhardt, we get interesting things with Bagent, but there's a difference between like interested 1 foot out, which is normal Bears interested, unfortunately. At least it has been over the last 3 years. And like what it must be like to be a Lions fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine, Reinhardt, if we were doing Lions breakdowns. We were like, this is what the defense did this week, and this is what the Seahawks did, or what the Bucks did to try to counter it. And this is how Ben Johnson problem solved against a really strong Buccaneers front. Like, the conversations that John and I work in mortgage trying to get into. So I'm going to see if I can't make the jump at some point here. I used to work I spent 5 years in technical consulting. If anybody's out there and they want to hire a data analyst, like, let me know, because I would love to make the jump into football analytics and like figure that out. Just something that gets me around the game, to be honest. But so, Reinhardt, like you're talking about, it really does every single time. And so I wouldn't say brokenhearted, but Reinhardt, I'm definitely bummed, because as much analysis as there is on things like draft picks, draft value, et cetera, it always does make me sad when me, who likes to consider himself one of the primary Bears resident X's and O's guys, gets stuck talking about is he, isn't he, with a quarterback that isn't he. And it's 2019 again. And then nobody cares about the defense, because 4 games into the season, it's nearly clear that the defense is not only awful, but the head coach needs to go. And the moment the head coach needs to go, nothing matters, because suddenly a glitch. It's a matter of like, or if we're not even going to keep the quarterback, then like, why does it make a difference that Tyreek Stevenson does or doesn't learn cover 2 technique? Like, who cares? Like, what defense are we running next? I'm sure it's something cooler, but like, we care how we're progressing in that. But it's it's not that it wastes time. It's still fun. The whole point is fun. But in the world of like how meaningful are the reps that we'll see in the next 11 games? Well, it's kind of back to however you felt like the reps were in terms of their meaningfulness around week 14, week 15 last year. Like, and somehow we're there in week 7. Thank you, Bears. Not quite. Like, in theory, maybe Bagent turns it around and goes on a run. But remember when people said that about facing the Trevor Siemian Jets? Like, that's the thing, Reinhardt. Exactly. We want to be on a ladder climbing and not a treadmill running in place. Not to mention, if I could be so honest with you guys, like, I think that a lot of the work that we put in, me and Nick, or me, like, that it would really differentiate itself a lot more from other Bears creators if the Bears gave us anything more to talk about. Instead, the Bears stay so bad that it's a takesman's landscape out there. It should be. it should be, for crying out loud. Like, what is there to say? Like, you got to get emotional and angry and say this sucks, basically, because that's what it is. Whereas every other team, God, what I would give. Just okay, here's a question. I'll leave the chat with a question. Say the impossible happens. The impossible happens. And Jordan Love plays so foul. I don't think he will. But he plays so badly while the defense is playing so well that for some reason they actually decide to fire Matt LaFleur. Like, would you want Matt over Ben Johnson? I don't know. I think Matt LaFleur rules. Ben Johnson also seems to rule. Most head coaches that I've seen don't get fired without a semblance of cause. Like, so I'm really interested to see what comes next. Honestly, Reinhardt, there's serious truth to that. The good news is, all right, so you got to remember, and I know this sounds like a Bears homer thing to say, but for once, we can actually say this with our chest. The Bears have $130 million in cap space. The Bears have 2 first-round picks. Currently, they have the number 1 and the number 2 overall pick. You say hire whichever you can get, Reinhardt. They will have their pick of the litter. Like, the Chargers job, I don't think is more enticing. I could see how somebody might think it kind of is, but now Herbert's extended. You got to put a team together. The primary skill core needs a turnover. Quentin Johnston looks like he might just be bad, which breaks my heart. Like, it is interesting to me to look at this landscape and see that this Bears job is insane. Like, this Bears job gets you the quarterback you want to work with on a clean slate. Like, oh man, John, I'm with you. But like, I would take Sean McVay well over Matt LaFleur. I just have seen what Green Bay fans are saying about Matt LaFleur, and I'm like, what? And that's the thing, Jason, 100%. But like, that's the other thing, Zach. Like, one thing I think about is how there are a lot of coaches out there that I imagine would look at Herbert, and while you would think they would salivate, Herbert has now made a lot of offensive coaches look like bad coaches. The fans side with Herbert. Like, if the offense isn't scoring, it's not Justin Herbert's fault. It's you, boo. Whereas, if you got to draft Caleb Williams, draft Marvin Harrison, and just freaking call dagger with DJ Moore, like, You can call anything. Call double slants. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're open. Like, you'll look like a god, is what you'll look like in a huge football market, for crying out loud. Huge. Like, you won't just be on McDonald's commercials. That's for sure. Like, I mean, you could become an absolute superstar, and all you'd have to do is just let good players be really, really good. Like, it wouldn't have to be that complicated. And we'll see. There is an absurd amount, honestly, there is an absurd amount of the Bears' current system, like the future. It doesn't hinge it like it doesn't hinge on number 1 and number 2, but like that would really help. At least number 1. And Caleb and Reinhardt, I'm totally there, cuz like I read the Johns article. I can't help but wonder if and like I don't know, man. I think Adam Johns freaking rules. I think he rules. Am I rejecting what he's saying because I don't like it? That's possible. But also, we're talking about a Bears beat reporter that went to one game and is passing a little bit of judgment based on a performance that went really poorly. I get it. But when Dane Brugler isn't saying that kind of stuff, like, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like that's a common rap against him. And maybe it's more common than I realize, to be honest with you. Like, I'll certainly do more research. And Caleb does not strike me as the kind of guy that would be completely immune from exactly that. But see, Jordan, that's where you just got to get out of enough of these draft circles early enough that you don't deal with that fatigue insofar as you can. Because I'm with you. Holding on to a take for an extremely long time is like holding on to a take for an extremely long time is honestly exhausting. Like, you get tired of hearing yourself say it, right? It starts to feel like picking teams. And so I don't blame you at all. Speaking of Reinhardt, the Bears subreddit seems very divided on me, which I laugh about. It's so silly to say that. Hey, there you go, Jordan. There you go. Michigan quarterback has better sides than Caleb. That's your guy. That's him. But so, Reinhardt, it is so funny whenever I see my stuff posted. I think my favorite part is that about 70% of the time, somebody tries to dunk on me for saying something that, in their words, they go, wow, this guy's an amazing journalist. He should, like, The Athletic should hire him. And they're being sarcastic about the fact that they think that what I said is something that anybody would say. And I'm like, I didn't realize we could get dunked on for having a reasonable take. Like, but it is what it is, right? What I tend to, or like, I don't know. I tend to think that Caleb Williams actually fits what Luke Getsy would want to do a lot. But right, Michael? Exactly. But so, Jordan, I'm interested to why you think his size is a huge problem. But the good news is, seriously, draft isn't tomorrow. Here's my favorite thing about Caleb Williams. Draft isn't tomorrow. 4 out of 5 of the next games for Caleb are brutal games. And that's before that's before whatever the bowl is. Like, if Caleb is that dog, we're going to see that dog over the next bunch of weeks. So, Remen, funny you mentioned that. I have seen people suggest this. The argument is, if you drafted them both, then you could let the two compete. And in those two competing, you would then trade the one that loses the competition. And I think that in theory, that rules. In practice, it's super duper sucks. You can't split reps forever. And if you're really going to say one guy's better than the other because of the way they played in camp, and worse, you're going to expect similar draft returns, you'd basically have to wait for teams. You'd basically have to ask teams to wait for you to then trade you something. You might get a first, but you probably won't get near as much. Honestly, you will get more in a trade from trading down from number 2 to number, I don't know, 5. Like, that trade, whatever you get there, would be more than you would get for trading Drake May after the draft, in my opinion. Problem is so I don't know anything, right? I don't know anything, but I was talking to a friend of mine, right? He speculated that if there is a chance that Justin Fields' thumb needs surgery under any circumstance, because remember, any dislocation, especially for your throwing thumb, is going to involve ligament damage. And so there is a chance that Justin Fields has already played his last snap as a Chicago Bear, and that was it. Like, not just era over. He may not make it back. And I don't know. The team tried out new quarterbacks. They're preparing for time without Justin Fields. But I don't know. Like, we'll see. But within that, I'm more saying there's a chance that we may have to analyze what we got, because it may be it. We'll see. Cuddy flashbacks is unfortunately right. But yeah. Bear down. I can't wait. I really can't. It should be an awesome draft. This is like, everybody talked last year about how it's a bad draft. And Jordan, I didn't believe them until we got to the draft. And in the moment, after Cam Smith was picked, I was like, damn, that is literally nearly all the good players. Like, you could feel the gears turn from, oh man, these guys rule. Like, we've still got Keanu Benton. We've still got Benton on the board. We've still got Brent's on the board. We've still got Smith on the board. We've still got Tipman on the board. We had a bunch of guys just like bop, 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 bop. And then between 40 and 50, they were all gone. It was brutal. It was a killing field, honestly. Like, oh, it was so awful. And actually, totally, I have an answer for that. He didn't come to Chicago for the same reason that oh my gosh, how did I forget my dude's name? Michael Wilson didn't come to Chicago. Like, injuries, basically. Puka Nacua had a nasty injury history, and I don't remember him testing particularly well, which that stuff does matter. But like, when you have a really nasty injury history, you just fall down the board because you don't get near the attention. My two dudes that I talked up so much, I'm stoked that not only they went relatively high in the draft in Jaden Reed and Michael Wilson, but also they're producing. Like, that's fun. Who knows? Maybe I can spot decent receivers. We'll see. I never really found it with Cedric Tillman. A lot of people really did. I kept trying to watch it and be like, like, where is it? But so let's see. Yeah, it was pick 51, Michael. We were so close. But they did, Zach. Unfortunately, the good news is I think Tyreek Stevens. I'm really excited. About Stevenson. Like, I'm not trying to be overly excited, but I think Stevenson shows a lot of promise. We may get literally nothing from Pickens and Dexter. Totally possible. If we do, you took swings. They didn't land. That sucks. Right? But worse draft mistakes have been made, especially when you were trying to stack up on the defensive line. Would I draft a center in the second or third round of next year's draft? Absolutely. But Iceberg, here's the core. It matters which one and when. Like, there are a lot of Bears fans I know that are really frustrated with the fact that the Bears didn't draft a center. I was there. I wanted a center. There wasn't one that fell to the Bears that made any sense. Like, Tippmann got taken at pick 44, maybe 42. Like, Steve Avila got picked at pick 39, I think it was. Might have been 36 even. Like, JMS was the one that everybody wanted. JMS is getting smoked in New York right now. And he didn't fit the Bears' offensive scheme, blah, 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 blah. A bunch of stuff that I think some people don't care about. Juice Scruggs was a popular target for the Bears in round like 3 or 4. He got drafted in round 2, for crying out loud. Then Ricky Stromberg was, I'm certain, going to be the pick in round 4, which is why when he got drafted in the compensatory section of round 3, I can imagine it was just a knife in the gut. Like, Jordan, has Whippler played? All I can guess is that of all the players, man, Jordan, you would imagine that they had a really good inside report on Whippler because they had his quarterback. Like, maybe Justin Fields isn't much of a scout. I mean, I thought Whippler's tape was fine, if not quite good. But then he fell like crazy. And I just assumed the NFL all saw something. But I mean, for crying out loud, you say department, it's the same NFL that did that. Like, I mean, remember, Jordan, we're also talking about the same NFL that let Bill Belichick get his hands on Christian Gonzalez at pick number 17. And I know he's hurt. I know he's done for the year. But, like, what were people doing? Like, Gonzo is awesome. And, of course, he hit the NFL ground running. Like, oh, Adetomi Adebaware, John, I get you. I wasn't that surprising, to be honest with you. But that's just me. I made a whole video about how I thought drafting him in the second round was too rich, especially when he started pushing into the first round. I didn't think I was prescient. No, I hear you, Jordan. I mean, the whole reason that I wouldn't have taken him was purely because I'd never seen a player that big be successful long term, but the tape was phenomenal. And the tape we're seeing on the Browns is really, really good. Struggles in wide zone run blocking, but what's to be surprised? I mean, for what he is, he's awesome. He's like a Moneyball player, for crying out loud. John, that's the thing. Most of them don't. Like, if the Bears actually want to improve, they're gonna sign a free agent. Like, it's guys, this is so important to realize that, like, if the Bears actually want to improve at center, they're gonna sign a free agent. Rookie centers don't play. And when they do, they play bad. JMS may be good. Wasn't gonna be good this year. Just wasn't. And I totally get that there were a lot of people that wanted, for instance, like a Luke Whippler. Gotta remember, the Bears had a 6th round center, like in Doug Kramer. I think he sucks, but that's what they thought, that they already had that dude. So if they weren't gonna get a top 100 player at center, they probably weren't gonna draft one anyways, just in general. But I wanted Tippmann. Bears didn't get him. He didn't fall. And Reinhardt, it's funny because you mentioned pick 32. If they had pick 32, like, they would have drafted an edge rusher. And I don't know how much better that would have made things. Better than cutting him, though. Or, sorry, trading him for a pick upgrade. That's the thing. The free agency decisions have been questionable, but I gotta go. Guys, good stream. Good stuff. GG's. Go Bears.